Rockies and Dodgers series is presented by Echo Outdoor Power Equipment. And we welcome you inside Coors Field on a Sunday afternoon. Rockies in Lodo for another 4 games after today as the Pittsburgh Pirates come a-calling with Clint Hurdle, their skipper. But first things first, the Rockies looking to take down the Dodgers. They fell yesterday 4-1. As you know, Kenta Maeda was terrific for Los Angeles. The Rockies won 7-5 in comeback fashion on Friday. Chase Utley has become a fixture atop this Dodger lineup in 2016. He's off to a very good start at .317. Last night he was 3-4-5. Let's take a look at the rest of the Southwest batting order for Dave Roberts. Corey Seager will bat second. Yasiel Puig, Adrian Gonzalez, Yasmani Grandal watched yesterday. He did pinch hit late. A.J. Ellis did the catching. Grandal back in there in the 5 spot. Howie Kendricks at third base. Jock Peterson in the 7 spot. Trace Thompson getting the start in left field. And the left-hander, the former Brave, Alex Wood, will be pitching for the Dodgers. Here's a look at the early returns on Jordan Lyles this year. It'll be start number 4.
Well, and for him, he's been able to get through the lineups a couple times early, but then he's just been falling apart later on in the game. The last start for me was so important for him, just because the fastball command hasn't been there all season. And part of the reason why, as you look at those numbers, the cutter percentage has jumped up. He has fallen in love with that pitch. The last start against the Cincinnati Reds, just to put it in context.
Ground ball to the left side, and the only guy over there is Arenado, but he covers a lot of ground, we've been told. And he has Utley by several strides. Let's take a look at the Rockies defense, which generally speaking has been very, very good as expected. Gerardo Parra, Brandon Barnes, and Carlos Gonzalez left to right in the outfield. Nolan Arenado, Trevor Story, DJ LeMahieu, Mark Reynolds left to right in the infield. Dustin Garneau has the gear on this afternoon. One thing that you really hope that Jordan Lyles was looking at, I'm sure he was, Jordan, a student of the game, is what Kenta Maeda did yesterday. There's a great play by DJ to get Corey Seager 2 outs. Because Maeda, the first 13 hitters he faced, Billy, as you pointed out, he threw 13 strikes.
Well, and he was mixing in, not only getting first pitch strikes with fastball, he's doing it with curveballs and changeup. And talking to the Rockies hitters this morning, that's what they all said. I had no idea what he was going to throw, and your first at bat, you're already 0-1. Jordan Lyles has to do the exact same thing.
Here's Yasiel Puig, who has pretty good numbers against Lyles. 4 hits and 7 at bats, and he gets tied up, and it's now 3 for 3 in the early going. First 3 hitters, it's strike 1.
Well, and I'm noticing already Lyles, and what I was trying to say earlier, 22 cutters he threw in the very first game against the Padres. The last game he only threw 9, so he's back to that heavy sinker.
And he jammed him again. This is fouled off, so it's 0-2. And again, that start in Philadelphia. We haven't been to Philadelphia yet. That start in Cincinnati. It's another red uniform, all right? You know, one team wears red, another team wears red. First pitch strikes 19 out of 25. And here in the first inning, Jordan's picking up where he left off. 0-2 on Puig. And he rides the fastball up in the zone, which may set up that changeup, which is a terrific pitch for him. But some of the numbers, and you know, it jumps out at you. 19 to 25 fastball percentage on first pitch, 82%. Be aggressive with your heater.
Be aggressive with the heater, and when you see the opponent batting average is only 118, trust that the heater's good enough to get big league hitters out. A well-located fastball is one of the most difficult pitches to hit at the major league level.
1-2 on Puig. And did he go? Looked like he did. No, evidently not, according to Hunter Wendelstedt down at first.
Yasiel trying to hold up. Man, that's pretty close to being a strike right there.
And that's inside. So it's 3-2 on Puig. One of the keys to this game is to keep the Dodgers off the board in the first inning. They have scored runs in the first inning in 3 straight contests going back to their final game in Atlanta. And they've scored 17 first inning runs, which is 3rd best in Major League Baseball. Always nice to play with the lead. Lyles trying to prevent that, and he loses Puig. I see a different guy. I just watched Yasiel Puig, and he's been criticized in some corners, actually in many corners, especially in Los Angeles, for maybe going a little bit too much to the beat of his own drummer. You know what? He was almost like Pete Rose there. He drew the walk and he sprinted down to first. You see that, Spilly?
They've been talking about how he's been getting progressively better and better. You're right. When he first got to the major leagues, he was flamboyant. He was tardy.
I don't mind flamboyant, and I know you don't mind flamboyant, but tardy doesn't sit well with a manager, with a coaching staff, with the other 24 guys in the room.
Well, and there's a reason why there was some clubhouse problems a couple of years ago. He was rubbing people the wrong way, and now he's starting to do things a lot better. I think part of it comes down to Dave Roberts connecting with them.
That's outside, and it's 2-0. I bet you that Adrian Gonzalez, more than most hitters in the game, gets himself in hitters counts for two reasons. One, he has a great eye, but when you have the reputation he does, guys start to nibble.
You're scared of throwing a strike to him because he could deposit it anywhere over the fence on the field.
And that's outside. So all of a sudden, after two quick outs, he lost Puig, who he was ahead of 0-2, and now he's 3-0 on Gonzalez. You don't want to create traffic. Challenge with your fastball. It's probably swinging 3-0. Ball 4. And now you have an issue.
Lyles is cruising along through the first two batters, and then you lose Yasiel Puig, and now you put yourself in a situation where you're not happy. Grandal is a very good fastball hitter. He's been hitting the ball hard since the start of the season, and for some reason Walt's coming out.
Trip Gibson's the home plate umpire, and I have no idea what this is about. The crew chief Hunter Wendelstedt's going to join. Any guess?
Trying to read lips here.
Be great, but we can't see Hunter's lips moving. Now, thank you for backing up.
Could be one of those things you're asking if it's the pitcher's allowed to go to his mouth. Sometimes with the temperature, you can get that. I have no idea.
But it would be far too long a conversation for that. And it's 62 degrees. So, you know, a little breezy today. Not as warm as it was yesterday, but we'll find out later on. Here's Grandal. And that's now 7 straight pitches out of the strike zone.
A lot of times if a pitcher's not able to find his release point, a catcher will call for an off-speed pitch.
2-0.
And the reason being, with Jordan Lyles, he does have a curveball, and catchers will call the off-speed pitch just so he can get the release point out in front, so the pitcher's not throwing behind the baseball.
But if you're sitting at home, you're saying, how can this be? I mean, he pounded the zone the first 2 guys, and now he can't find the zone with his fastball, and it's 3-0. And this has been one of the perplexing things about Jordan. You'll see 2 innings where, you know, short, quick, and dominant. And then the 3rd inning, he'll go out and walk 2 guys. Well, he's done it within 1 frame here. Couldn't have pitched to Utley and Seager any better. And he was ahead 0-2 also on Puig. And that is way outside. He just walked the bases loaded. Foster's jogging to the mound. It's inexplicable, isn't it?
It's hard to watch because you're wondering what's going on in his mind. You wonder if he has a blister on his finger.
Did he develop it between the 0-2 pitch and the?
It's weird.
Howie Kendrick comes up. Yeah, I'll give you by example or as an analogy. Friday night, John Gray gave up 2 home runs in the first inning, 3-0. You know, you walk off the mound, you're not happy about it. But at least they swung the bats to do that. I mean, if you give up a hit right here, you're down 2-0, and it's self-induced.
That pitch had some anger behind it and some intent. 95 miles an hour.
1-1.
And there's what looked like another cut fastball.
Three walks have loaded the bases with 2 outs. Puig, Gonzalez, Grandal all on. That's down the line and out of play, foul. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Eric Young looking on, and this ball is slowly hit. This is a tough play. Out at first base, Nolan got him. For a moment, I thought his best play may be to go to the plate and get the force, but he got Howie Kendrick, and he's going to get a big attaboy from Jordan Lyles. Dodgers are hanging around. They want to see a video review potentially.
Look at how fast Nolan is getting to the baseball, and nobody's better in baseball than the barehanded play. Throwing on the run, quick strike to Mark Reynolds, who is shown to be a magician at first base, being able to stay on the bag.
Well, I got to look at that again.
Take a look on the Subaru Supermo.
The
Nolan
good,
with
as
the
we
throw.
always say with these, the good news is that it's so close. The good news is he was called out on the field. Dave Roberts still hasn't made a decision. Glove, I think he's out.
Dave
I
just
think
said,
that
"No,
one,
bring him in."
Yep, that one showed it pretty conclusively. So another great play. You know, that stat that's been all the rage for analytical followers. Defensive run save, DRS. Nolan near the top in baseball. Chalk up another one right there. He just saved a run with that brilliant play. So the Rockies, when we come back, will have the bats in hand. Damage done, and now they're ready to go offensively against the left-hander Alex Wood. And the Rockies have a new leadoff man today. He's been hot coming off the bench. Brandon Barnes turned into a new Mr. Late Night for the Rockies. Here's the Southwest batting order for Walt on a Sunday afternoon. Trevor Story back to the spot he has started in all but one game, the 2 spot. Then Cargo, Nolan Arenado, Mark Reynolds will bat 5th today. Gerardo Parra after that. DJ will bat in the 7th spot. And catching and batting 8th, Dustin Garneau.
Well, Alex Wood with those numbers, not very good numbers, has not pitched very well since getting traded from the Atlanta Braves to the Los Angeles Dodgers. He's really scrapped his 4-seam fastball. He's now going to more of a 2-seam curveball mix. Hitters are hitting .469 against Alex Wood's fastball.
He's all arms and legs. He's herky-jerky. Did you face it? You didn't face him because he came up after you left, right?
Never faced him. Very herky-jerky.
Probably a little difficult to pick up, right?
You would assume so, but a guy like Nolan Arenado says he sees it just fine. But I think Nolan sees everyone just fine.
It's somewhat accurate. Nolan 3 for 9, 2 home runs against Alex Wood. 1-1 to Barnes. Good eye for Brandon. Let's take a look at the arsenal for Alex Wood.
What's impressive to me with the pitch arsenal, his curveball, he throws it 30% of the time. Hitters are hitting only .059 against it. He wants to get to that pitch, but he has to be able to throw the fastball to prove that the hitters will lay off of the curveball.
2-2 on Barnes. Drove in the only run last night in his only at bat with a double. He had that booming triple to give the Rockies a 7-5 lead on Friday night, and that would be the final score.
The Rockies would love to see some sort of production coming out of the leadoff batter. Just not a lot so far this season. 181 batting average. And leading off the game, the Rockies are hitting 125. They're only 2 for 16.
And Barnes strikes out on the curveball. 1 out. Dodgers have made one change in left field. Trace Thompson's getting the start out there. Jock Peterson and Yasiel Puig join him in the outfield. It's Kendrick at third, Corey Seager, the young shortstop, Chase Utley, the 37-year-old at second, Adrian Gonzalez at first, Yasmani Grandal's behind the plate. Trace Thompson told the story the other day. He gets this wherever he goes. Boy, your brother can really shoot it. Younger brother, Klay Thompson. The word is Steph Curry will play in Game 4 for all you Golden State Warrior fans. Probably still room on their bandwagon. Strike one to Trevor Story. Infield straight up, outfield pretty much straight up for Story. 1 ball and 1 strike on Trevor. Son of a firefighter.
Can you guys see
Dallas Fort Worth area.
How far Jock Peterson is out there?
And that's a called strike. He's deep. A lot of everyday center fielders play more shallow.
He is way out there.
And the same pitch that got Barnes.
Alex Wood has been able to command the fastball so far today, which sets up that curveball. At the start of the day, only an .059 batting average against the curveball. It's going to drop down. And you're right, there is deception with his mechanics. You see on the Subaru Supermo, that's a well-located curveball diving underneath Trevor Story's hands.
Cargo had one of the Rockies' hits last night. They ended up accumulating 6 despite being no hit for 5 1/3 by Maeda. Cargo hit a rocket at Chase Utley. It was the hardest hit ball off of Maeda. And then later in the ball game, he had the infield hit. It would be a 1-2-3 start for Alex Wood. He said afterward, he goes, that's baseball. They even out. No scores. We go to the second. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by your hometown Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By Echo Outdoor Power Equipment. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Another good crowd on a Sunday afternoon. The Rockies unbeaten on Sundays so far this year. If you look at a historic Union Station, 2-0. Top of the second inning, bottom third of the order for the Dodgers. Jock Peterson, Trace Thompson, Alex Wood to face Jordan Lyles, and he misses ball one on Jock Peterson. And it's 2-0.
Jordan's win last week. Before that, hadn't had a win since April 23rd, 2015. And in 8 starts from that time to his win, he was 0-5 with an 8.35 ERA.
And it's 3-0. Well, this is, frustrating and tough to watch, and I'm sure it's just as frustrating now for Jordan Lyles, who somehow has lost his release point. Walked 3 guys in the first inning after 2 quick outs. Kind of guides that one over. It's 3-1.
27 pitches, 16 balls, only 11 strikes.
We always talk about it. Is there a guy who takes a bigger hack at baseball?
No, but what's interesting is before the games, Jock Peterson is with the Dodgers coaching staff playing pepper down the left field line, an old game that players used to play. I've never seen a major leaguer playing pepper in a long time.
I noticed that, and there's his 4th walk. I noticed that, and I was going to ask you, did you ever play pepper when you were in the big leagues? I hadn't seen a game of pepper at this level before.
And for the audience at home, a game of pepper is you get a group of guys, maybe 2 or 3 fielders, and you stand about 15 feet apart, and you just lob the ball to the hitter, and the hitter works on controlling the barrel and hitting a ball to each guy. And to answer your question, Drew, the answer is no. I never played pepper at the major league level. Remember they used to have the signs around baseball or softball fields that say no pepper?
Yeah. They don't even have those anymore because nobody plays pepper anymore. It's all because of the signs. Turned so many kids away, they said, oh, we can't play pepper anymore. That game's not allowed. 1-0 on Thompson, 1-1.
Garneau calling for a curveball. When you see a pitcher losing control of his release point, you'll start seeing catchers calling a lot more off-speed pitches, hoping that they'll be able to find that release point and then get the fastball back.
One, ground ball to third, foul.
Trace and Nolan spend a lot of time with each other. They work out together in the off seasons. They've known each other since high school. Their families are very close. Talked to Trace the other day, and his mom and Millie Arenado had breakfast the other day as Thompson's mom came out to see him play here in Colorado. Watch her young son compete against the Rockies.
2-2.
Trace reminds me so much body type, and when you see him play, of Drew Stubbs. I think he can have a ceiling of Drew Stubbs, which I think is great. 20 homers, 20 stolen bases type of player. But will also strike out quite a bit of times.
Drew Stubbs now with the Atlanta Braves, made their club out of spring training. Because of the 4 walks, you start thinking, I know it's early, you start thinking about pitch count. Tyler Chatwood gave up 3 runs in 4 innings yesterday. Not awful. But he was gone after 4 innings because he lacked great command. He threw 95 pitches in 4 innings. And the Rockies are a little thin in the bullpen. I'll tell you why here in a second. That's a base hit to right. Peterson's going to go first to third, and Thompson into second with a double.
Trace fouled off a couple pitches, 2-2 count. Gets a fastball that runs up inside. He's able to pull his hands in and hit it opposite field. Jock had to freeze because the ball was hit right at him. Gathers his feet and is able to stand at third base fairly easy. You can see Trace running around the bases. He can fly.
And this is going to get a run home. They'll try to get the runner going to third. Thompson, smart move by Story. He crossed over, and a good read by Trevor Story. So a run batted in for Alex Wood, his second RBI. It's 1-0 LA.
Not a good read by Trace Thompson, being able to run right in front of Trevor Story. It is a high chopper towards Trevor, but with the pitcher hitting, stay in second base, you're still in scoring position. And Trevor doing a good job getting a quick hop and a quick throw to Nolan, who retreated back and made the tag.
Yeah, that was a fortunate play for the Rockies. Another guy in scoring position. Back to the top of the order. Chase Utley hit a ground ball to the left side. The only guy over there is Arenado. Same setup right now defensively for the Rockies. One and one. And you say, well, there was a double there. It's still self-induced. That run. That runner who scored walked leading off the inning. 4 walks in an inning and a third. And that's pulled foul. You always talk about the difference between hitters' counts and pitchers' counts. There are 2 distinctive swing pitches in an at-bat, as you well know, Spilly. The first pitch of an at-bat. If you're 1-0, last year the league hit 265. When it was 0-1, the league hit 222. So that's a difference of 43 points, which is fairly significant. The 1-1 pitch, I'll tell you those numbers in a moment. Here's 1-2 on Utley. Now it's 2-2. So if the count goes to 2-1 favoring the hitter, last year throughout baseball the league hit 248. When the count went to 1-2, they hit 175, a 73-point difference.
It's unbelievable how important just first pitch strikes are.
Back up the middle, and it goes off of Story, and then he threw it wide of Arenado. A hard chance, and he stayed with it, but he still should have gotten it out once he picked it up.
Awkward location for Trevor Story behind the bag. It looked like it took a strange hop because he felt like he had to get the ball in between hops. And then as he chases after it, bare hands it. You see on the Subaru Supermo, bare hand makes a good effort to get to it.
Yeah, he had the pitcher going, so he
had a little more time.
He had more time than he realized. And it's going to be an error on Trevor Story. Well, and I think some of that, I'm not taking Story off the hook here. It's a play he'd tell you he's got to make, but once he stopped the ball, it was hit hard. But you see more inefficiency defensively when they're standing around.
Yes, always. If you have a bad tempo, you're throwing a lot of balls. Right now it's 22 balls to 21 strikes. That's a lot of standing around.
Third error on Story this year.
Kike Hernandez last night. Kenta Maeda pitching, great rhythm, throwing lots of strikes, made one of the best plays we'll see at Coors Field, an over-the-shoulder basket-type catch to save the no-hitter.
Here's why I alluded to this a moment ago, that the Rockies are kind of short in their bullpen. Remember, Jason Gurka, who's kind of working long haul, was sent down to Albuquerque. So the two long haul guys are Christian Bergman. Bergman threw last night a couple innings, and Chris Russin. Now, Chris Russin was told this morning that he has to be ready to start tomorrow. And you say, wait a second, isn't it De La Rosa's turn? It is De La Rosa's turn, but De La Rosa has been under the weather a little bit, and they're not sure yet whether he'll be able to take his turn. Now, Russin also told us, there's a strike, that if he's needed today, then he will pitch today in a long haul capacity. And if De La Rosa can't make his start tomorrow, we may come to the ballpark and there may be a corresponding move to get somebody available, unless Christian can bounce back fast enough that he could. You can't go into a ball game. You don't like to go into a ball game without somebody who can back up the starter, and that is the fifth walk. And here's where you are in the game. It's the second inning. It's only 1-0. Walt Weiss is mindful of that, but if you give up a blast all of a sudden, or one in the gap, and you find yourself down 3 or 4-0, it's a big hill to climb. And Walt's coming out right now. And I don't know if you know what, he's on the job. This is to deliver a message. Every once in a while, Walt has done this in his first 3 years as a skipper. Any guesses there?
Don't lose your concentration. Let's go. Throw strikes, trust your fastball. You got a defense behind you.
Little bit more assertive in terms of,
a little more assertive, yes.
Yeah. It was less the arm around the back and more the kick in the pants, you think?
It is. If he had his infield glove, it would have been covering his mouth and he would have been yelling.
And the first pitch is lined to left field. 2 runs will score. And Parra's throw won't get the runner there. Throw to second will not get Yasiel Puig, who's now 5 for 8 in his career against Lyles. And all the walks catching up. 3-0 LA.
Puig is going to be aggressive in this situation. Bases loaded. Manager just came out and told the pitcher to throw strikes. On the Subaru Supermo, you can see the sinker was not sinking right there. Stayed flat. Yasiel Puig with his pants pulled up fires one into left field. And I'm paying attention to see if there would have been a throw to second base if Parr is able to keep the double play in order. And I think it would have been. You'd like to see that throw from the left fielder go to second base.
Coming out of spring training, you practice that. Don't be enticed to throw to third. I think maybe the outfielder gets caught up, and I got to try to find a way to get an out. Is that the thought, perhaps?
Yeah,
when you're out there?
Especially when you're just trying to help your pitcher out.
Well, right now, the Rockies with 1 out and Gonzalez at the plate, they're on the precipice of really digging themselves a hole. Lyles is down 3-0. Adrian Gonzalez has 2 ribbies out there. Sound like a broken record when you tell everybody that this guy's an RBI machine. And a ground ball that's going to bring home a run. Story will get the out, but another RBI for Gonzalez, his 15th of the year, and it's 4-0. Fans join the conversation this year. Send us statements, photos, thoughts on your favorite social media platform. Make sure you utilize the hashtag Toyota Talk.
Well, you always start to second guess a ground ball. Jordan does a good job to get Gonzalez to hit a weak ground ball. You wonder if that throw going to second gives you a chance for an inning-ending double play instead of it's a run. That's why the little things are so important, especially against a team like the Los Angeles Dodgers. You give them extra outs, extra opportunities, they'll make you pay for them.
1-0 on Grandal. And listen, the last guy wants to walk people. You understand this is the guy on the mound. I mean, it's not like Jordan Lyles is
he's
not trying to throw the ball over the plate. Grandal hits it in the air to shallow center. Barnes will take a couple steps in, make the catch. 4 runs in the inning for the Dodgers. 5 walks by Lyles. Sunday at Coors Field, and Nolan Arenado will lead things off against Alex Wood in the bottom of the second. 10 runs scored in first 2 innings this series. Rockies had pitched very well on the road trip from a starting rotation standpoint. Chatwood gave up 3 in 4 innings yesterday. John Gray, who did a lot of good things, gave up 3 in the first inning on Friday. Jordan Lyles gave up 4 runs last inning. There were only 2 hits. That's hard to do.
That is hard to do. Well, and it also affects the hitters coming up. After a 4-run long inning, Nolan's going to be forced to take a first pitch. And Nolan's very aggressive.
Got good numbers against Wood. 3 for 9 and 2 home runs. This is July when Wood was pitching for the Braves. This is Wood in the Dodger uniform. Wood, a product of the University of Georgia. Said this frequently. The Atlanta Braves does as good a job of any team of knowing their area very well. And it's one of the hotbeds for baseball in the country. This ball's launched. It's got a hook on it, and it is back.
Would have been nice to see a homer for Nolan, but more importantly for the Rockies, leading off an inning. Rockies are hitting 194, only 4 walks this entire season. That's a .221 on base percentage. That's last in the National League. And yesterday, leading off an inning, Rockies were 0 for 9.
Two and 2 on Arenado. Mark Reynolds on deck. Fastball's high. 3 and 2.
Nolan is improving so much. Not chasing, not expanding the strike zone.
His swing percentages, his chase percentages reflect that. Good at bat. So Nolan draws a walk. You want base runners when you're down by 4.
Well,
Mark Reynolds coming up.
Swing percentages, the amount of times you swing per at bat. 54% last time for Nolan. This year it's dropped down to 46%. O swing is the swings outside of the strike zone. You can see the numbers dipped quite a bit, 14% this year, and the strikeouts per plate appearance has dropped quite significantly. He has gotten better and better.
pretty good hitters right there. Adrian Gonzalez, Nolan Arenado. Reynolds at the plate, 0 for 2 lifetime against Wood. He gets a curveball for strike 1. Rockies playing their 9th home game of the year. They're .500. They're 4-4 so far at Coors Field.
Well, we talked about that. That has to improve significantly.
This gets away all the way to the backstop. So that's big, as Arenado will go to second on the wild pitch.
Didn't hit me brick, so it didn't bounce back.
Did?
The Subaru Supermo. Curveball down and in. Grandal's not able to get over. Oh, it hit his foot.
That hit his foot, didn't it? Now, why wouldn't Mark say something? I'm almost positive that hit his foot.
Because Mark wants to face this guy, and he likes what he sees. Check it out on the Subaru Supermo.
Maybe it didn't. There's no way Mark Reynolds wouldn't have said something. You're talking about two runners on base.
It's a peak on the Subaru Supermo.
It must have hit in front.
Did it hit the front toe? No.
It hit to the left.
Sliding out of the way already.
Yeah. Hit just to the left of his front toe. Two and two.
Not gonna lie, in the minor leagues, I was hitting the jersey once, and I refused to go to first because I like watching the pitcher. It was somebody I felt I could do some damage against. And then I popped up, and then I learned my lesson: always take the free base.
Well, you can appreciate wanting to hit, but you also appreciate first and foremost it's a team game and you're down by 4 runs.
Sure. Sometimes you just can't help yourself. If the guy looks on the mound like he's ripe, like he's nice and tasty, you want to take your good swings against that.
Three and two on Reynolds. Kendrick throws out Reynolds, 1 out.
Nolan's walk was the first leadoff Rocky to reach base since the 7th inning on Friday's game.
Fans of the Rockies score 7 or more runs. You know the drill. Go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Live Boss at Taco Bell. That'll bring up Gerardo Parra. Parra 0 for 3 last night. Did have a hit on Friday night. He's faced Wood once in his career without a hit. With the loss last night to the Dodgers, that snapped the Rockies' 5-game home winning streak against LA. Game 3 of 20 in a row for Walt Weiss's team. Alex Wood, Yasmani Grandal can't get on the same page. They may be changing sides. Corey Seager's coming in. Dave Roberts, first year as the manager of the Dodgers. Unique situation, taking over a team that's won 3 straight division titles. It's happened before in the big leagues. usually when a managerial move is made, you're inheriting a team that's been struggling. Dave had a terrific career. Of course, played for the Dodgers also.
Since we were talking about Golden State, it was similar to Mark Jackson getting fired. Steve Kerr getting the job. Similarly, in baseball, you have the Washington Nationals.
This ball up the middle, base hit. Arenado around third, and he'll score easily. Gerardo Parra makes it 4-1.
The Rockies are able to score on a walk. Nolan Arenado leading off the inning, which we hadn't seen much of before with the Rockies getting the leadoff base runner on. Gerardo Parra, their Subaru Supermo, is able to just shoot a fastball right back up the middle. Jock Peterson, playing as deep as he is, has no chance at Nolan, who rounds third. I'm not sure what happened to Howie Kendrick at third base.
Think about this.
Fell over.
He tripped on his shoelaces. Think about this. There are 5 runs in the game. 3 of the guys that have scored reached on a walk. LeMahieu broke up the no-no last night in the 6th inning with a single to center field. Take strike 1.
And if there was ever a guy to get back in the game in a hurry for the Rockies, it's Alex Wood.
For a moment, I thought Wood was going to have to be an athlete and actually catch a pop-up.
Well, Wood last year in 11 innings pitched, 15 earned runs. There's Wood trying to call it off. Howie Kendrick calling it off. Kyle Seager coming in late. It ends up being Chase Utley. Excuse me, Corey Seager. I think I'm going to get that confused a million times.
Kyle and Corey, you won't be alone. Here's Dustin Garneau. Nick Hundley played last night. That's not going to work. I guarantee Adrian's laughing now. We got to get a shot. He and Parra over there pretended that that ball got away. Tell me you never got deked on that play.
I've never got deked on that play.
Thank you. You telling the truth?
Kinda.
There was a time. Nick Hundley played for Albuquerque yesterday. Got 3 plate appearances, over 2 and a walk. Played 5 innings behind the plate. He's going to play 7 innings today. Be reevaluated after that. He remains on the 7-day concussion DL. Charlie Blackmon ran today, ran the bases today, feeling much better with that turf toe. Daniel Descalso's been out for a while with the broken hand. 2-0. Here's some video of Charlie working out with Keith Duggar this morning.
He looks good. Seems to be running normal. It's always the turn and the stop that plantar fasciitis or a turf toe where you'll feel it. Running normal is not going to affect it. It's the stops, change of direction.
3-1 on Garneau. Third start for Garneau since coming up when Hundley got placed on the DL. He's got a double in each of his starts. Left center field. And Jock Peterson makes the catch to close the inning. The Rockies got a leadoff walk from Arenado. He would score on a Parra base hit. 4-1 LA. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. By Tavern Downtown. Visit Tavern Downtown after Rockies home games to get 2-for-1 draft beers with your same-day tickets. And by Coors Light. Whatever your mountain, climb on. Beautiful look of Red Rocks. Is there a better concert venue in the country?
Nope, not even close. It's the most beautiful place in the world. Love that place.
You can also do some training there. Yeah. On some stairs there. That's some serious high step. And Howie Kendrick, first pitch swinging, and DJ LeMahieu's got it, and Kendrick is in the book, 1 out. Well, if there was ever a guy who was in need of a quick inning, it's one Jordan Lyles. He has walked 5 in the first 2 innings. He's given up 4 runs. Jock Peterson walked and scored last inning.
Frustrating part watching Jordan today is that the stuff is good. I'm not seeing a lot of healthy hacks. It's just so self-inflicted. Peterson last year against the Rockies in 19 games, 172 batting average and 64 at bats, but 5 of his 11 hits were homers. He also had 22 strikeouts.
Well, so much of that damage was done in the first half. He was an all-star last year. Didn't hit for a great average in the first half, 230, but he had 20 home runs. Second half, he hit 178. Two and 2 on Peterson. And this ball to deep right. Cargo back, and this will sail out. So Peterson has hit his 3rd home run of the season, and it's 5-1.
Maybe the game of pepper that the Dodgers coaching staff is playing with Jock Peterson is starting to help. A little bit better back control for Jock. He already earned a walk last inning against Jordan Lyles, and on the Subaru Supermo. Fastball, not a lot of depth to it. Stayed flat. On the 2 strikes, Jock takes the normal swing he always takes. Hits it a long way.
That Palo Alto High School, right across the street from Stanford. Had he not signed, he had committed to play at Southern Cal. Trace Thompson fouls this one off. He's behind 0-2. This one's playable. Reynolds has it for the 2nd out. That'll bring up Alex Wood. Sends a charging one to deep right field. Cargo near the wall. He's going to play it off the wall, and he's going to hold Wood to about a 360-foot single. And I think that right there is a product of the new wall. Even though it hit the old wall, outfielders, they practice this a lot. In the past, you'd go to the wall and try to leaf spill. You played a ton of games out there, but Cargo isn't sure, is this new wall, old wall? And if it is, I gotta play it off the wall.
Well, you can see on his route, he chops his steps before he gets to the warning track. Outfielders are taught when the ball's hit, try to go as fast as you can to the wall if you think you have a play. Wood thinking maybe he's going to go to second base and has to freeze once he sees Cargo one hop into second base.
Utley lines one to left. That's a base hit. Arenado had no chance to leap and catch that, so he quickly made his way to third. And the Dodgers have runners at first and second, and Corey Seager at the plate. Chris Russin up again in the Rockies bullpen. He had to get up last inning. And we often mention this. These pitches in the bullpen count. In other words, they are documented.
Russin's hot. I mean, he's coming into the game.
He's coming in, yep. Walt has seen enough. Darren Holmes keeping track of how many pitches every guy throws when they get up. So Jordan Lyles could not back up what he did in Cincinnati. He walks 5, he leaves down 5-1 in the third. Two and 2/3. He walked 5, and that was his biggest undoing. Gave up a home run in the inning to Jock Peterson. Gave up a long single off the wall to the pitcher Alex Wood. And another base hit by Chase Utley. Corey Seager up as soon as Chris Russin can complete his warm-up pitches. It bears repeating, Chris Russin was on notice that he may start tomorrow because Jorge De La Rosa is iffy with the stomach flu. And now with him having to be utilized in a long relief spot today, it's a likely chance the Rockies will have to make a move to shore up their bullpen, or at least to add another pitcher in some fashion tomorrow as they open up a 4-game set against the Pirates. So Seager, ground ball to second and a walk, and a run scored, steps in with 2 on and 2 outs. Breaking ball swung on and missed.
Kyle Seager's 5 for 16 with runners in scoring position in 2016, a .313 batting average. Russin in his last 2 games, 6 innings pitched, 2 hits, no runs, 3 Ks. He has been effective.
And he hits this ball really well right center field. Cargo giving chase, can't get there. And this will score 2 runs. Utley trailing Wood will score, and it's a triple for Seager. And the Rockies trail it 7-1.
Those runs will be tagged to Jordan Lyles. Russin left on left, trying to get inside on Corey Seager. Throws a cutter or a slider that stays middle. Seager with a nice, quiet, good short stroke, drives it to a very deep part of right center. Cargo gets a quick throw into Trevor Story, and you're looking at a 7-1 lead.
Yasiel Puig walked in the first, a 2-run single in the second. One ball, one strike on Puig. The #1 truism has been and will always be in this great game of baseball, for all of the gifts of a guy like Yasiel Puig or Nolan Arenado or Carlos Gonzalez, and how they can get us out of our chairs with long balls or great throws. It's all about pitching, particularly starting pitching. And the Rockies have a mountain to climb. They're down 7-1 as we go to the bottom of the third inning. One and two for the Rockies. Chris Russin will be first, then Brandon Barnes and Trevor Story. Drew Goodman, Ryan Spielborg's Mark Stout. Steve Foster, the pitching coach, visiting with Dustin Garneau, who's doing the catching today. Strike one from Alex Wood. One ball, one strike on Russin, who can swing the bat. The old chip away, Spilly. That's, I imagine, what guys are saying in the dugout a little bit.
You say you score a run in an inning. Score a run in an inning from here on out, and you're winning this baseball game.
Russin never swung the bat, which he likes to do, and he's got 3 strikeouts for Alex Wood.
Looking to come out to a game? There's always great Rocky tickets and deals available. So bookmark Rockies.com/specials and check back throughout the season.
You know, one of the top prospects in the Rockies organization, Jeff Hoffman, is off to a great start in Albuquerque, is pitching today, because I know he was aligned, just the way it worked out, with De La Rosa. And so some people at home may be saying, well, could Hoffman make that start if De La Rosa's stomach flu so bad that he can't go tomorrow? But he's on the hill right now, and he's pitching well against Las Vegas, giving up a run in the first 3 innings, already 4 punch-outs. But 2-0 record and a 1.62 ERA.
So
in a tough, and Billy, you know this, in a tough league, not just in Albuquerque, every ballpark you go to in the PCL is a hitter's paradise, and a lot of them are elevated. Colorado Springs is elevated, Albuquerque at altitude as well. Reno,
Salt Lake City.
I mean, Cashman Field in Las Vegas. Oh my goodness, is that a hitter's paradise?
It's a great place to hit. Well, and if you're following along with the Albuquerque Isotopes pitching rotation, Shane Carl throws for Albuquerque tomorrow. So if the Rockies needed to do a starting pitcher for whatever reason, if you're looking at the AAA roster, Shane Carl would be probably your next available pitcher. But you have to look at who's on the roster, who's not on the roster. There's a lot of decisions to be made if you're going to go with that route.
And what Spilly's referring to is the 40-man roster. That's slowly hit, and Wood, who's an athletic guy, fields his position well. 2 outs. Trevor Story coming up. So if a player's not on the 40-man roster, you have to take them off the 40-man roster, and then you expose them to the other 29 teams. So it's much easier to make a move with a guy that is already on the 40-man. Story struck out on a curveball his first time up. That's their 1-1. We're talking about ERA and teams that pitch well, starting rotations that pitch well. You win year after year after year. It's why the Dodgers are typically in it. Back up the middle. Wood got the leather down, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Top 6 ERAs last year by team in Major League Baseball. Cardinals, Pirates, Cubs, Mets, Dodgers, Astros. They had one thing in common. All were in the postseason.
And a special guest is here, none other than Mark Sanchez of the Broncos. First time at Coors Field?
First time at Coors Field, yes, sir.
You were surprised when I said this is the 3rd oldest park in the National League?
I really was. I've been to Dodger Stadium, obviously, being from SoCal, but this is beautiful.
Yeah, it is aged well. So what's the story? You guys have conditioning this week?
Yes, sir. We started our first week last week of the voluntary off-season program, and got started with our strength staff and Luke Richardson, and we got meetings with our offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams, those kind of things, and individual meetings with our position coaches. But we got a bunch of linemen out here enjoying some.
Do I need to go down? Do I need to go down the line?
You got to go down and say hello to them.
All right, I'm going to go down. You guys have to intro yourselves. Yes, yes.
No.
This is what the quarterback said.
What?
You guys got to introduce yourselves. Go ahead. No. Am I getting the offensive line like?
So this is Matt Paradis, and he started more games in the National Football League than anybody else. Played more snaps. I'm going to introduce you to him.
I know he's from San Diego State.
Whoa. Boys.
Oh, I knew it was Mountain. Well, back. So, who else? Matt.
Ty Sambrelo.
Oh, Ty's from CSU. Yeah.
I dabbled.
Yeah. And?
Sam Brenner.
Thanks, Sam. Ross, right? Because I met Ross earlier.
From Friends.
What was it like when you found out you were going to be with the Broncos and be a quarterback in this organization?
I was absolutely thrilled.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool opportunity. Very special. And
excuse these. That's all right. It's that time of year. This is the time
but this is,
You guys having fun?
Oh, yeah.
So it's got to be exciting to the draft's coming up. Things are starting to tick again.
It's a great place to be and a great place for a quarterback. I think they're doing a wonderful job with all the acquisitions and free agency moves, and I'm sure they'll do great in the draft.
There's a double play at the end.
Man, these guys are tough.
So I'll echo what they said. Welcome to Denver. Thanks for coming on with us. So, Drew, Spilly.
Hey, Mark, I have a question for Sanchez.
You got a question for Mark. What is it?
Does he have a baseball background?
Any baseball in your background?
Oh, very little. I would relief pitch in high school right after football practice in the spring. They let me come throw a couple innings and bean every batter. It was bad.
That was it, like BP or whatever?
No, well, just come in towards the end of the game. I'd run over from football practice, literally hop the fence, throw a couple pitches, and be done.
Mark, ask him about his brother Nick playing with Nomar Garcia Parra.
Ryan Spielborgs wants to know about your brother Nick. Maybe played with Nomar?
He did. He did. They played together in Whittier when they were young kids, probably 5 years old to 10 maybe. But yeah, Nomar was a heck of a baseball player, and they were real close growing up.
And you recognized Nolan's name right away. You were like, I think I know Nolan.
Nolan played at El Toro, a rival high school at Mission Viejo, so he couldn't get into Mission Viejo. That was the knock on him, but he ended up making a great career for himself in baseball.
Yeah, quite. Kind of an understatement already, his young career. Any other questions for anybody? Drew, Spilly, no?
No, Nolan says he does love USC, though.
Hey,
and,
listen,
if he's going to knock Mission Viejo and El Toro, he said, Nolan was a USC fan, huge USC fan.
Nolan's a USC fan, so I'm passing that along. All right. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, guys. All right.
Of course, he was going to go to Arizona State.
No, Nolan was, yeah. No, he's a huge USC fan.
Russin strikes out Kendrick to end the inning. And we will go to the bottom of the fourth inning. 7-1 Los Angeles as Mark Sanchez in the Big Uglies up front look on. runs, bottom of the 4th inning. Cargo, Arenado, and Mark Reynolds against Alex Wood. Wood, a 2nd-round pick of the Braves out of the University of Georgia in 2012. 8-player trade last summer brought him to LA. Finished the year 12-12, 189 innings combined, 32 starts. Inside ball 1 on Cargo. Overall, he had a 3.84 ERA, which is, very respectable, but 4.35, surprisingly so, pitching with the Dodgers in half your game at Dodger Stadium. This is going to be a tough chance for Utley, and he tried to scoop it to get it there, and that didn't work out. So an infield hit for Cargo. Just the 2nd hit for the Rockies. The Coors Light Cold Hard Facts are brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light. How about this? The top home run hitting third baseman of all time. This is their first 418 career games. That's not some arbitrary number. That's how many games Nolan's played. 281 average, 77 home runs, 260 ribbies. How does it compare? Hall of Famer Mike Schmidt, 3 more home runs, 20 less ribbies, less of a batting average. Eddie Matthews, 276, 108 home runs, and more RBIs. He was a Hall of Famer.
Santa Barbara High.
He went to your alma mater.
Yep.
Different graduating classes, though.
Yeah, much different. We didn't graduate at the same time.
Yeah. Chipper Jones, Adrian Beltre. The point is that Nolan's numbers compare very favorably. Nolan got the barrel on this, but just missed it a click. Peterson in center. Cargo tagged up, but Peterson throws the ball well. 1 out. I'll bring up Mark Reynolds. Schmidt, by the way, would end up with 548 home runs. Eddie Matthews, 512. Chipper retired with 468. Beltre still going strong. 416 home runs, just past Darrell Evans, who played third base, with 414. Beltre also just signed a 2-year contract extension. We'll see, Adrian, in a little while. The Rockies played the Texas 2-step this year at the Rangers. 2 here and 2 down in Arlington. There's a strike on Reynolds. Broke his bat and a ground ball to third in the 2nd inning. Eddie Matthews, not necessarily the most famous athlete to come out of Santa Barbara.
No.
With all due respect also to Ryan Spilborn.
Yeah. No,
but there's been some other athletes of high caliber.
My favorite one is a former NFL quarterback, Randall Cunningham.
Who went to UNLV out of Santa Barbara. Of course, Santa Barbara stopped playing football years ago, right?
No, they're still playing. UC Santa Barbara
that's
stopped
what I'm
playing.
talking about. UCS.
Santa Barbara High, yes, they stopped playing. UC Santa Barbara stopped playing a long time ago. Back in the 70s.
Outside, 3 balls and a strike on Reynolds. The 2 hits for the Rockies are owned by 2 lefties. Parra, an RBI single in the 2nd up the middle, and then that infield hit by Cargo.
You look at the only run scored by the Rockies started with the leadoff walk. Cargo with the leadoff base hit. We haven't seen much of that in the last couple days. Rockies with leadoff hitters getting on base. So you're hoping Cargo can find a way to come around and score. Run an inning.
Let's play. How well does Spilly know his high school? How many major league players have come out of Santa Barbara High?
Jesse Orozco, Cord Phelps, Dylan Axelrod.
Strike 3 called on Reynolds.
A surprise from up in the booth. The pitch looked up and elevated, and on the Subaru Supermo, you can see Yasmani Grandal reaching up for it. The strike zone is from the kneecaps hollow, the hollow of the kneecaps up until the letters of your jersey, but it's rare that you ever see a pitch called above the belt, let alone letter high.
Yeah, the strike zone seems to be the lower portion. You said the hollow of the kneecaps to the belt most frequently. High strikes aren't generally called. So you had Axelrod, you had Phelps, you had Jesse Orozco, made more appearances than anybody.
Eddie Matthews.
Eddie Matthews. Yourself.
Gary Wood. Is he on there? Gary Wood?
Gary Wood's not on here. Sure he played in the big leagues?
I'm hoping so.
Not according to Dougie's research.
Virgil Vasquez.
Yeah. That's 6. You got 2 more.
2 more?
Yes. I'll give you a big hint. 2-0 on Parra. 3-0 on Parra.
All right, give me the big hint.
I'm assuming these guys are related. Right, Dougie? We can make that assumption?
Another Matthews?
No.
All right, who's the last 2? They have to be brothers.
Bill and Gene Lillard.
Yeah, I haven't met them.
You're a bad teammate. They graduated a year after you.
Really? Liar. 1930s had to be.
Yeah, they were in the 30s. 3-1, and that's a strike. Now Parra looks back at Disdain and Trip Gibson.
Walt's barking at him as well. That ball's down. Hitters will, if you're going to call the high strike, you cannot call the low strike. That is a low strike. Mark Reynolds' strike was up. That's too much part of the strike zone for hitters to feel comfortable at the plate.
3-2 in the air, left field, well struck. Thompson going back, can't find it. It almost hit him. Cargo around third. He'll score on a Parra double. And it's 7-2. Trace Thompson got twisted around. The ball almost plumped him.
I'm looking at the flags and seeing how much the wind is blowing. It is swirling. I don't think Parra hit it as hard as Trace Thompson thought. Parra squares it up. Trace takes his eye off the baseball, and you're right. Almost hit him right in the back. Almost hit a topspin lob at him.
Another 2-out RBI for the Rockies. Gerardo Parra has driven in both runs. Rockies hitting .309 with 2 outs, best in baseball. And LeMahieu takes a ball. DJ popped to second his first time. For Gerardo, that's his 6th double, which leads the Rockies to the better numbers in the league.
Well, the wind has picked up at Coors Field, blowing papers around in the booth. And when the wind blows in strong from left field, it tends to knock the ball down. Just what Trace saw, but I've never seen an outfielder misplay it quite like that. So the jet stream now with the wind, I've seen it a million times. It'll fly out to right center.
Good eye from LeMahieu, and it's 3-0. So Wood has really not had the command in this inning that we saw the first 3 innings for the most part. 1 or 2 gift strikes.
Well, you look at Reynolds' AB, that's a 3-2 caught looking. Very easily you have first and second, 1 out.
Three and 1 on DJ. Hitters count. Parra at second with 2 outs. Rockies down 7-2 as they bat in the 4th. And that's inside. And now you have another base runner for Dustin Garneau. And all of a sudden the arms are folded for Dave Roberts, and he sends Rick Honeycutt out.
Fan suites are still available for the Yankees series June 14th and 15th. Call 303 Rockies to reserve your suite today.
The final book on Jordan Lyles, he went 2 2/3, 7 runs, 5 earned, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, didn't strike anybody out. I got one for you. Yeah, it's 2 outs. Let's say Garneau's to reach. Russon's on deck. It helps that Russon can swing the bat.
It does.
But he's your only long haul guy, and it kind of puts Walt in a precarious shot. You take the one shot at putting a position player up there this early in the game.
I think you always have to take your chances if that's your best opportunity to score.
But nobody is up, which is an indication that no matter what, if Garneau were to reach, then Chris will swing the pipe. And again, it helps. I mean, Russon legitimately can hit.
Hit a home run last year in St. Louis, and it was way back.
One ball, 1 strike on Garneau. Hit a fly ball to center field his first time up. Wood had a tough outing in his last outing in Atlanta. Probably a lot of adrenaline that day. 4 innings, gave up 6 runs on 7 hits. Walked 1 and struck out. Excuse me, he struck out just 1, walked 3. He's ahead of Garneau 1 and 2. Get Parr at second, doubled in Cargo. LeMahieu just walked. There is so much room in right center field.
You want him to hit it right here?
Inside. I mean, Jock Peterson and Yasiel Puig, you'd have to go through customs to reach one another.
Well, we know Puig, Jock, I would assume, since they went to Cuba this offseason, they would have their passports available, so should be able to cover that.
It'll be easier. 2-2 ground ball, vacant area in the infield. Here comes Parra, he'll score. DJ to third, and the Rockies are chipping away. It is 7-3. Nice job hitting behind in the count by Dustin Garneau. Well, it wasn't right center field, but it was close enough.
It was close enough on the Supermo. That fastball down and away. And if you like shifts, you're not going to like the result. Alex Wood doesn't like it. He throws his hands up. That would have been an inning-ending ground ball. Sometimes you just overthink it.
Well, I'll guarantee you one thing. Chris Russon at the plate struck out looking in his first at bat. And it wasn't that he just looked at a called strike 3. He didn't swing the bat at all in his AB. And this is a guy who loves to swing and can hit. Anybody who watched the Rockies last year knows this to be true. He will not go down looking this time. And he puts a bunt down, a great one. Kendrick can't field it. What a play by Russon. And the Rockies get another run. 7-4. What a smart play by Russon. Howie Kendrick, a veteran. Not a lot of time, though, at third base.
Yeah, I thought Howie Kendrick's only play was going to be at the plate to try to get DJ LeMahieu. Russon, the athlete from Kentucky. Great bunt. Howie's played too far back for a pitcher to be hitting, and he goes with the glove. He's not able to field it cleanly.
And it was awkward. It's really off the wrong foot at that point, isn't it?
It is off the wrong foot. We're just so accustomed to watching Nolan make plays that when someone else makes a play or doesn't make a play, we're wondering why.
And now the Rockies' offensive hero the last couple of nights, Brandon Barnes. A strikeout and a comebacker so far for Barnes. All of the damage done here with 2 outs, 3 runs in the 4th. Barnes drives one to right field and deep. Puig going back. Leaps, makes the catch, and gets hammered into the wall. That saved 2 runs. Yasiel Puig with the defensive play of the game so far. However, the Rockies come up with 3, and they're back alive at Coors Field.
Wow, what a play. Puig, that's as good of a play as you'll ever see at Coors Field, running into that wall. Man.
Great play by Puig. He's hurt the Rockies with his arm and now with his glove. With the 3 spot, and if not for Yasiel Puig, it would be a 1-run game. Look at this catch he just made to rob Brandon Barnes.
Oh. Coors Field is now dented with Yasiel Puig. Man.
They just put a Puig stamp on the wall.
That's how you play baseball. I like how he does it. Barnes, you know he doesn't love it, but he respects the fact that that's how you play.
You're talking about the tying run at second, probably. And who knows? I mean, if the ball gets away, if it gets over his head, it could be a triple. Doesn't matter. You're talking about a 7-6 game. A runner in scoring position for Trevor Story, and Alex Wood is now in a real precarious position. But the Rockies did come up with 3. Russ in the middle of it offensively with a terrific bunt.
Man. What a play. That changes everything. You're right. I mean, that ball, there's not a lot of guys that make that play. There's not a lot of guys that are going to go running into a wall like that to make that play.
It's been an enigma at times for LA, but so far this year, the Dodgers are seeing the best of Yasiel Puig. Offensively and defensively. He doesn't have big power numbers yet. A home run, 5 ribbies, now 7 with 2 today. He's hitting over 300. He's made some extraordinary defensive plays for Dave Roberts. 0-1 on Jock Peterson. It's 1-1. Peterson hit a home run against Lyles in the 3rd. Walker scored his first time up. 2-1. Peterson had 26 home runs last year. It's the 2nd most ever for a rookie in Dodger history. The most, Spilly, a guy that will get inducted into Cooperstown this summer. Mike Piazza, his rookie year 93, hit 35. That was during that period you were growing up, and the Dodgers had 6 straight rookies of the year.
Let's see if I can name them all. Mike Piazza, Eric Karros, Todd Hollinsworth, Raul Mondesi, Hideo Nomo. Who am I missing? Missing one more.
Was Sachs in that group initially? Or
No, Saxey was Rookie of the Year in '83, I think.
It was earlier, right?
And Fernando was Rookie of the Year in '81. Not that I was a big Dodgers fan.
Leadoff walk to Peterson. Trace
all five,
Thompson. McQueen apparently okay. Big as he is, you got to check on the fence. The Rockies have walked 7 hitters in the game. Russell's walked 2 now. Lyles walked 5. Quigg takes a seat next to Charlie Culberson.
Charlie's asking him if he's okay. Yasiel goes, yep, no problem. Where to hit you? Underneath?
So we're missing 1 Rookie of the Year. We had Hollinsworth. You mentioned Hollinsworth.
Mondesi, Karras.
Mondesi's kid's playing now.
He's a good player with Kansas City.
Really
Shortstop.
good player. Strike. 0-2.
Todd Helton told me the loudest base runner he's ever heard, as far as hearing foot hit the ground, all the sounds that a base runner makes when they're running towards first, Raul Mondesi.
-2, strike 3. That's right there. Thompson's gone. Well, Jeff Houston said the loudest guy was Bo Jackson. You could hear him coming. You want to get rid of the baseball. Let's check in again with Mark.
I know you guys were talking about how Bo and Yasiel Puig have some similarities. Well, Yasiel's a popular guy here in Denver. He tweeted this out last night. He kind of crashed the prom of Chatfield, and he got in the mix into a photo, had some fun. So, fun-loving guy, and the guy can play baseball. Chatfield, Drew, right into the prom.
Well, the natural question.
Corsage?
Yeah, the natural question is what. Well, that stays fair. Garneau will get the ad on wood. What was he doing at Chatfield's prom?
I think it was at Sports Authority Field, and why he went over there to just crash it, I don't know. Just to have a good time, but it's what Puig does.
Well, I guess all the Chatfield kids
Chargers,
got
right?
a little.
Keith Duggar's daughter goes to Chatfield High.
Right.
And when she got back from prom last night, she goes, look, Dad, Yasiel Puig came in to our prom. And he goes, what? Said he took pictures with the Chatfield baseball team.
They have a good baseball team. Final 4 last year in the state. Good team going this year for Matt Johnson. Chase Utley takes strike 1. I was just wandering around, had nothing to do, ran into a prom at the old
Sports
stadium,
Authority, yeah.
Mom, Dad, yeah, the prom was awesome. We had a lot of fun, great music. Never guess who we got to take a photo with.
You never know. It could have been something as simple as someone said, hey, there's a prom. He goes, what's prom? He's like, I'll take you. Let's go see. It's a dance.
0-2 on Utley. Yeah, I'm aware of its dance.
Yeah, but
It's been a few years for me, but that's high. What color was your tux at your senior prom?
I went like John Travolta from Grease. Black with the pink undershirt, pink socks.
Really?
Yeah.
Trying to make another fashion statement.
What'd you wear, Drew?
I knew that question naturally was coming. I'm trying to rack my brain. It was not powder blue. I knew I boycotted that.
Ruffled shirt?
I'm trying to remember the picture because it's in my mind. No, with no ruffled shirt.
Pirate shirt? Ruffled pirate shirt like in Seinfeld?
No. Was it a white jacket?
You went white on white?
I know. It may have been white on black.
That's a bad look.
I don't remember. Your prom was like 3 years ago. Mine was a little longer ago than that.
I thought everybody from back east wore black suits with black shirts.
Go with that story. 1-2 on Utley. Swung on and missed. So Rustin strikes out Utley, and the Rockies will get right back after Alex Wood. 7-4. Rockies closing in on the Dodgers. They were down 7-1. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. A little bit of a chilly day in Lodo. Partly cloudy. Rockies with a partly cloudy beginning fell behind 7-1. It's now 7-4. Yummy. When you're a kid, you don't get cold. You go to school in the middle of winter in Colorado, as my boys do, in shorts and a t-shirt, and you can eat ices any time of year. Alex Wood to Trevor Story, and he lifts this ball to right field high, but playable on the track for Puig. 1 out.
So I found out the reason why Yasiel Puig went to prom at Chatfield High. And the reason was I went and talked to Nomar in between innings. He said that Yasiel has a very good family friend. And his family friend has a daughter who goes to Chatfield High. And he went to surprise her.
Oh, well, that's great. See, there's the reason. We're trying to figure this out. And that's a nice story. Thanks for doing a little digging on that. And there's Puig. Not in a tux, but casual and appropriately attired for a guy that was not actually going as a member of the Chatfield High class.
Right.
Cargo, an infield hit to start that rally last inning. And he gets the breaking ball, and it's right there, 1-1. Cargo owns 19 career home runs against the Dodgers. The only guy active, or guys active, with more home runs. Paul Goldschmidt, 22. Matt Holliday, 22. And Cargo loops this one foul. Tulo also 19 home runs against the Dodgers. And Albert gets to play the Dodgers every year in the Freeway Series. Looked at the numbers lately, but Albert was off to a slow start.
Well, he's coming off of the plantar fasciitis. Dealing with it for almost 2 years now.
What is it, year 4 of the 10-year deal?
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one to see him being productive 6 years into it. He's hitting 132 with 2 homers and 10 RBIs right now. Gary Albert Pujols.
One of the, for me, one of the 2 or 3 greatest right-handed hitters I've ever seen. Manny Ramirez would be on that list. Albert probably be number 1. 2-2 on Cargo, and this is a big chopper to short, and Seager came up with the short hop to throw out Carlos.
The rooftop is the place to be during baseball season. Arrive early for pregame festivities and beer specials before first pitch. It is packed. Beautiful day on the rooftop, beautiful views up there. Rockies mounting a comeback. Nolan's about to hit a homer.
Here's the 1-0 to Nolan. Fouls that one off. (7-4). Rockies hitting bottom of 5. Nolan right on that. Fouls it back. 1-2. Changes speeds and he gets the strikeout of Arenado. That's not easy to do. Toughest man to strike out in the National League. For Nolan, just the 5th time this year he has struck out. Billboard's Mark Stout. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Corey Seager will lead things off for the Dodgers. Today's news and notes brought to you by All Copy Products. Jacob deGrom, great news. He returned to the Mets rotation today. Most importantly, his newborn son had some issues at birth, but is doing so well that he's home from the hospital, and Jacob was able to get back on the mound. He threw the ball pretty well. He got the victory today in beating the Braves. He went 5 2/3 and earned run on 8 hits. White Sox turned the first ever triple play. That was a couple days ago. 9-3-2, 6-2-5. We were trying to come up with the numbers last night. And the original laws of baseball, I guess, wasn't Abner Doubleday. It was Doc Adams, who this was just discovered in 1856, and it was sold at an auction for $3.26 million. What are you going to do with it, Spilly?
My My daughter wanted it, so she wanted the laws of baseball, so we just got it for her. No big deal.
That's what dads do for daughters.
Yeah, that's what she wanted.
1-1 on Seager, a 2-run triple in the third. And this will be a ground ball to the second baseman, DJ LeMahieu, 1 out. And that'll bring up the prom crasher, Yasiel Puig. Walk, 2-run single, ground ball to third, and a stupendous catch out in right field. Ground ball to short. Spinning, throwing, and a pick by Reynolds.
Wow.
Puig is out. Beautiful on both ends. Story showing his athletic ability.
A lot of athletes on this one play. Puig, great athlete running down first baseline. There's still bits of Puig in the right center field. And Trevor Story fielding it, spinning, throwing. Mark Reynolds with the pick. See the ball, he gets it off the heel, sets his feet as best as he can, and puts a lot on that throw to get Yasiel Puig at first. Talk about a magician at first base, Subaru Supermo. That's where the third base skills pop up. Backhand, foot on the bag. He has been really good at first base.
Boy, that was fabulous on both ends. Yeah, both he and Ben Paulson have been picking it. 2 outs for Russ in the 6th, and Adrian Gonzalez takes a strike.
Do it.
Let's not forget about the work of Chris Russin in this game. He came in with the score 7-1, and he's throwing up zeros, giving the Rockies a chance to get back in it. 0-2. The Rockies bullpen has been in a good place after a very difficult start to the season. Their last 6 games, they fashioned a 1.69 ERA, the league hitting below 200 against them. You know what makes a happy manager? A good bullpen, Spilly. Some of the numbers over the last half dozen. 16-3 strikeout to walk ratio.
That's good.
That's terrific.
Plus hits and innings pitched. Only 4 in runs.
Defensive swing keeps Adrian Gonzalez at the plate.
To me, it boils down to the walks. Only 3 walks. As we've already seen in today's game, walks just turn around and they bite you.
The job Russin did in Cincinnati in the ball game in game 2 of that series. The Rockies lost 4-3. De La Rosa struggled. He went 2+ innings, gave up 4 runs, 6 hits. He was out of the ball game. Chris Russin threw up zeros for 4 innings, just 2 hits, didn't walk anybody. And the Rockies ended up, they lost 4-3. This is bounced toward, look at this, once again, and another pin. Did we just see that?
Different guy.
Story and Reynolds, in case you didn't believe the first one. What lucky, all skill.
This time it's Nolan doing the play.
Oh, that was Nolan. I forget, they flipped over. Nolan said, whatever you can do, I can do also. Well done. Bank game recap. Jordan Lyles made the start for the Rockies, and after getting the first two guys easily, really struggled with command. He walked 5. He ended up giving up 7 runs, 5 earned. Chris Rusin has come in, done a terrific job, and the Rockies are within 3 as they come to bat here in the 6th inning. Mark Reynolds, Gerardo Parra, DJ LeMahieu. Reynolds is 0 for 2. So Rusin gave him a shot in Cincinnati. The Rockies would close to within a run on a Mark Reynolds 2-run home run in the 9th, but he kept them in the game by throwing up zeros. He's done the same thing this afternoon.
And we've seen the Rockies offense come alive in the 7th inning or more, so keeping the Rockies within 3 with four innings left to go. You put the Rockies in a very good position, and you don't get there without Chris Rusin bridging the gap. Looking up right now to see how many defensive runs saved Mark Reynolds has as playing first. They don't have quite the defensive metrics for first baseman as they do with, let's say, catchers with pitch frame. Mark's not going to get happy with this.
No, because he got called out on strikes by Tripp Gibson on a pitch he thought missed, and he thought that pitch missed. You saw on the Subaru strike zone, it looks like it did.
Grandal is a very, very good receiver. And that ball is well off the plate. Stole a strike. As a hitter, you're trying so hard to clear your mind, not get frustrated with it.
And that is inside. So leadoff walk for Reynolds in the 6th. That'll bring up Parra. A lot of movement all of a sudden in the Dodger bullpen. See if that means anything. 3 walks allowed by Wood. Parra's got him twice, single and a double. He's driven in 2 of the Rockies' 4.
I was mentioning how the Rockies were inefficient in getting leadoff men, and why that's important. Well, in today's game, both leadoff men that have gotten on, they've come around to score. Nolan in the 2nd inning, Cargo in the 4th.
Hopefully that trend continues. Yeah, you and Parra sort of say, share hometown.
Santa Barbara de Zulia.
Santa Barbara de Zulia, Venezuela. Gerardo signed a 3-year deal with the Rockies in the offseason. And this is going to kick away from Grandal, and Reynolds moves to 2nd on the wild pitch. I'm telling you, the Dodgers are showing signs of letting the Rockies back in this thing.
That's exactly where you want the Rockies to be, picking away at the Dodgers' lead. Curveball down and away. Grandal trying to get his body over to block it, getting the big part of the chest protector in front of it to deaden it, and it just shoots off to the left.
Pedro Baez has pitched in the first 2 ball games in this series. He's up again for the Dodgers here in game 3. Gerardo Parra, when he made his debut May 13th of 2009, He became the 100th player in Major League history to hit a home run in his first at bat. This one that's a fair ball, bobbled by Adrian Gonzalez, and Parra is safe. You rarely see that from Adrian Gonzalez. First and third, nobody out.
The Dodgers have been playing pretty sloppy so far today, and they're giving the Rockies plenty of opportunities to bounce back into the game. Doc Roberts is walking slowly out to the mound. Curious to see if he's going to bring in Baez or give Alex one more batter. He's going to take Pedro Baez. You can see the ball's hit right off the end of the bat. A lot of English on that ball. Adrian Gonzalez is about as sure-handed at first as anybody in the game. If that eats him up, it's going to eat up pretty much everybody on the Subaru Supermo. You see how high up on the heel it hits Egon.
And we're looking back at the Rockies road trip in Chicago and Cincinnati. And my partner Spilly caught up with some good old buddies at Wrigley Field. Mark Stout took a stroll with Tony Walters. We'll also examine Cargo's hot start and give props to a Rockies legend. All of that and more on the club today after the game. You always have to stay at more. It's not just limited to that. There's more stuff.
There's tons of stuff.
Good stuff. Well, Pedro Baez, who's in the ballgame, has good stuff. He's been busy in this series, and he inherits a mess. First and third, nobody out. The Rockies have the tying run at the plate here in the 6th inning, and DJ LeMahieu. So all the momentum is swung to the home dugout. Baez last night pitched an inning, gave up just 1 hit, struck out 2. And DJ lays down a bunt. Bobbled. They're not going to get anybody. Run scores. Right now, the Dodgers are a circus. It's 7-5. First and second. Still nobody out. Gotta love it.
I just heard a Rockies player in the dugout yell, "The wheels are falling off." And you can see it. Dodgers are kicking the ball all around the yard. DJ with the heads-up play. He's going to go for the push bunt. Push bunt gives the base runner at third a chance to score. It also moves them over to second base, and Baez.
Guessing that'll be scored a sacrifice RBI E1. We're waiting for the official scoring.
Baez.
And it is a sacrifice E1. They gave Parra an infield hit. So that's just the first error of the inning, but I'm sure Adrian Gonzalez would admit after the game that's a play he makes virtually every time. Gustin Garneau is up. He's the go-ahead run.
Another bunt situation.
Get out of play, it will.
I've been trying to build my argument about why first and second, nobody out is such an important time to bunt. And part of the reason why you look at strikeout rates and how often you get a base hit, even if you want to look at the metrics. First and second, nobody out. On average, teams score about 1.4 runs in that situation. You move them over to second and third with one out, it only drops to 1.3 times they're going to score a run, which is great.
Russin for the moment's on deck, but you saw Paulson. Runners going, and you know what? Trouble getting it out of the glove for Grandal. If Grandal can get it out of his glove, I think he's going to have a chance on Parra. He had to reach a second time, and the Rockies pull off the double steal. Everything's working for them this inning.
You can see Howie Kendrick's in on the third base. He's showing bunt, so he has to stay and respect the bunt. Parra sneaking in behind it. Great jump. And I think you're right, Drew. If he doesn't double pump, it's going to be close. Bad throw on the Subaru Supermo. Eats up Howie at third base.
That easily could have gone down the left field line.
Now
1-1 on Garneau with nobody out. Base hit would tie up the game in all likelihood. So again, is that a balk?
No, he stepped off.
Adrian Gonzalez comes over to first. So Russin's in the on-deck circle, but Paulson's ready to hit.
Oh, yeah. Baez has inherited 4 runners so far this year, and 3 of them have scored. Not a good rate if you're a relief pitcher.
Colorado was down 7-1 when they came to bat in the bottom of the third. It's 7-5 now, 3 innings later in the 6th, and there's nobody out. Parra at third, LeMahieu at second. Good speed aboard.
Ground ball to Utley would be a fantastic play. Oh, look out.
Now has to duck out of the way on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Subaru Supermo, that's buzzing the tower on Dustin Garneau. But as I've told you before, anytime you buzz someone's tower like that, guess what? Next pitch, you're hyper-focused. Shot of adrenaline allows you to see the baseball so much clearer.
Two, 3-2. Baez is set. Here's the 3-2 to Garneau. Ball 4, and they're loaded up. Russin will walk to the dugout, and here comes Ben Paulson. Good at bat. Garneau was down 1-2. So Paulson, who as he did last year has a penchant for driving in runs, good with runners on base. In part-time duty this year, Paulson has driven in 9. 9 ribbies and 37 at bats. You got to love that ratio.
It's a fantastic ratio. Paulson's an excellent low ball hitter. Ball down in the zone. Baez likes his changeup at times. If you're Wall, you like your matchup. Paulson versus Baez.
Bases loaded, nobody out. 7-5 LA in the 6th. 1-1. Barnes is on deck. Boy, is he ever swinging a hot wand right now.
He's already been robbed of a hit today with Barnyard.
One and two. Outfield has come in a little bit. Peterson, who likes to play deep, as we illustrated earlier, has come in a few steps, and he's shaded toward left center field, a place that Paulson goes frequently.
I think it's interesting with all these advanced metrics. One of the metrics or numbers I have is 234 batting average as a team. The Rockies against pitchers throwing over 93 miles an hour. It ranks 20th in baseball. That ball at 96 miles an hour.
Caro, infield hit, he's at third. LeMahieu reached on a sacrifice bunt and an error on Baez, and then Garneau walked. A run in, nobody out. 1-2 again. And Paulson is the first out of the 6th inning. It's a perfect reason that every team covets big arms in their bullpen, because if the ball's not in play, typically you're not going to get hurt as long as you can catch it with your receiver. And Baez with a big strikeout of Paulson there.
That's a situation where Baez had to get the strikeout, and he does. Now one pitch can possibly induce a double play, and you're out of here in a very sloppy inning, only giving 1 run. Rockies have to find a way to score at least 1 more run this inning.
Brandon Barnes has been the man in this series. He's had a couple of big hits, almost had a big hit in the 4th inning. If not for an unbelievable catch by Yasiel Puig, he would have driven in 2 more with an extra base hit. Puig ran into the wall in right field, making a phenomenal grab. Game is tough, but it's one where you're always battling confidence, and Barnes' confidence has to be sky high right now offensively. Quick look at what he's done in the series. The 2-run triple on Friday night. Last night the Rockies got beat. He drove in the only run. This double was scorched to left center field, one of the deepest portions of the ballpark, scoring Paulson. Southern Cal native has always hit the Dodgers well. 370 in his career. Rockies have 3 comeback wins already this year, looking for a 4th. This one would be an epic one. Down 6 to LA with all of the pitchers they can throw at you. Long way to go, though. It's the bottom of the 6th.
That's right, Jenny.
This is popped up. And this is kind of in a difficult area. Puig finally gets there. He was deep. And Parra came down the line. Puig finally let go of the baseball. Now it's going to take a 2-out hit. It'll be Trevor Story. Story, a strikeout, a comebacker, and a fly ball to deep right. Trevor 2 for his last 18. Be a grand time to run into another one. Tied for the league lead in home runs with Bryce Harper at 8. Healthy hack there. It's 0-1. Got a pitch out over the plate he liked.
You're facing a relief pitcher with a big fastball. You don't have to swing harder. They'll generate all the power for you. You just have to be short to the ball. Take a nice, easy swing.
Pedro Baez is ready. Here's the 1-strike pitch. Those 2 pitches are in the middle of the plate. You often say, Spilly, as you would know in the big leagues, you get 1 good pitch in at bat. Story may have had 2 there.
Now you're just going to hang on for dear life and make sure you put the ball in play, especially with the way the Dodgers have been playing defense this inning. Get it in play.
One and 2. Rockies trying to make the Dodgers pay for playing a sloppy inning. One, 2. And now it automatically, Spilly, goes back to a fastball count, wouldn't you think? With Baez, bases loaded. Think he's going to throw a slider again, 2-2?
Yeah, I mean, you're still in a situation with Trevor Story, who's been showing that he'll chase. If Baez feels that that's his best pitch to get the strikeout, he'll throw it. But so far we've seen he's been throwing the fastball right past the Rockies hitters.
Two and 2 on Story with 2 outs and the bases full. He went with heat and it's fouled off.
You always go with your best pitch. Whatever it is you can control, whatever you feel the most confidence with. I think with Baez, it's his fastball. He loves his fastball. And he should. It's 96, 97.
Trevor Story, when he goes up there, sometimes he's up there for a while. Another 2-2. And now it is a full count on Story. And this will help if he's able to hit a gap, because Garneau and everybody on base will be running. Got to remind yourself as a hitter here, all the pressures on the guy and the bump.
3-2. I always sold out looking fastball. If the guy makes a pitch with an off speed that ends up getting me out, so be it. I'm not going to get beat by a fastball.
Here we go, 3-2. Sliced foul.
That ball at 98 miles an hour. Baez reaching back and getting a little extra on it. The Subaru Supermo fastball. That is on you quick. You got less than 3/8 of a second to make a decision on whether you're firing on that pitch or not.
(7-5) LA. Rockies were down 7-1. Bases loaded, 3-2 on Story with 2 outs. The Rockies had the bases loaded with nobody out. Paulson, the pinch hitter, struck out. Barnes hit a pop to shallow right. Nobody could advance. And here we go once again, 3-2 on Trevor. Rafael Betancourt's at his home in Orlando, and Rafi's saying, boy, Pedro Baez works slow.
Rain delay on a perfect day.
3-2. And Story hits it in the air to right. Easy play for Puig. And the Dodgers wiggle out of it. You hope that does not come back to haunt the Rockies. Bases loaded, nobody out. They do not score.
There's Paul Emmel. He actually lives in Castle Rock, and I talked to Paul the other day about the Umps Care Charities, which is going on online right now. He told me what it benefits.
We bring out, in the course of one season, over 600 foster kids awaiting adoption in this country. And we bring them out, we give them a big league experience. And, you know, for kids that grow up on the outside of the stadium, always looking at those big walls, it's nice to bring them on the inside and give them a little taste of the big league life. And one of the most important things that they learn is that these players and the umpires, most of us came from humble beginnings just like them, and that's a really good connection for them.
So you can go online, it's MLB.com, and just look for Umps Cares Charities. It's the 8th time they've done this, and it's open until 8 o'clock on Monday, May 2nd. They've got over 300 items you can bid on, autographed memorabilia, some great trips. They get you into the ballpark, and it is for a good cause, as Paul Emmel said, guys. So I hope people will do that. Go online until May 2nd.
Yeah, that would be terrific. Anybody can get involved with that cause from Major League Umpires, from the Major League Umpires Association. 1-0, Justin Miller working at Yasmani Grandal. 7-5 LA, and it's 2-0. Third pitcher utilized by Walt Weiss today. Russin, great job, 3 1/3, no runs, a hit, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. And the numbers thus far on Justin Miller.
Well, Miller was having struggles early part of the season, 1 outing. His last 2, very effective. It all comes down to the slider for him.
2-1. Product of Fresno State. 16th round in 2008. Drafted by the Rangers. Is their minor league reliever of the year in 2011. Rockies got him after he was released by the Tigers organization. 2-2.
It's a good slider. It's a wipeout pitch to righties. It's a pitch he can get right underneath the left-handed batter's hands. They either pull a foul or they swing and miss.
And there's the swing and the miss. 1 out.
Well, when Miller's at his best, that slider was going to take a hard left turn down and in. You see the spin on that baseball, a lot of spin. As you watch Grandal just having to pull off because the ball is chasing him.
Howie Kendrick's 0 for 3, 2 ground balls and a strikeout for Kendrick. Kendrick just 2 for his last 22.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Justin Turner the last 2 days.
Well, Turner got spiked when he was at the plate. Tony Walters blocked the pitch and then, scrambling to pick it up, stepped on Turner. Now, he stayed in the game on Friday, but he had damage to his big toe. He is available, we've been told, to pinch hit. Ground ball to first. Reynolds will run to the bag. 2 outs. I don't know if this ever happened to you, Billy, when you're at the plate. Sometimes you get spiked as an infielder with the guy sliding in. There's the block. And you see Walters, when he stepped out to throw, got Turner.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Turner wishes he hadn't seen it before.
He's just standing there. Get out of the way.
Jock Peterson walked and scored, homered, and then walked again. 3rd homer of the year for Peterson. 6 career home runs against the Rockies. Peterson's brother Tiger was drafted.
Did you say Tiger?
It's Tyger. 33rd round, 2013.
It's a pretty cool name.
He's a golfer. Been injured for a while. A pretty good player with that name.
Tiger.
He's actually a really good U.S. ski team member. Is now the head of U.S. Ski and Snowboard Association. Tiger Shaw, Dartmouth grad, an outstanding racing career.
Tony the Tiger.
Tony the Tiger, probably the most famous. That's ball 4. So 3rd time Peterson's walked today. Tiger Shaw took over for Bill Morrall. So with 2 outs, a man on, and Trace Thompson coming up.
The Colorado Rockies home run for the Homeless 5K is Sunday, May 8th. Go to Rockies.com/5K to register today. Now, how many miles did you say a 5K was?
3.1.
3.1.
Double for Thompson in the 2nd. Foul out and a strikeout after that. there's Justin Turner, who we were just discussing. He's in the on-deck circle for Baez if Thompson reaches. Rockies down by 2 runs, top of 7. Swinging bunt. And that'll end the inning for the Dodgers. Stretch time on a Sunday afternoon at Coors Field. LA 7, Colorado 5. And we'll hang around momentarily for a rendition of God Bless America.
Fans, please rise as we honor our great country by the performance of God Bless America. Performing God Bless America today, representing the Colorado National Guard's 101st Army Band, is Staff Sergeant Lance Christensen. Please welcome Staff Sergeant Christensen and join him by singing along to God Bless America.
Back at the bottom of the 7th, the heart of their order, Cargo, Nolan, and Mark Reynolds. The day after every Rockies win, get 50% off your online order at Papa John's. Use the promo code ROCKSWIN at papajohns.com. Left-hander is on for the Dodgers, Adam Liberatore, the product of Tennessee Tech. Cargo in infield hitting the 4th. He would score a run. He's 1 for 3. Cargo takes a strike. Cargo, a .370 career hitter against the Dodgers at Coors Field, including 14 home runs. And this is popped up on the infield. A lot of wind. making the catch is Corey Seager. 1 out. You just hope you don't look back today if you're the Rockies in the clubhouse after the game and say, man, we had the Dodgers on a treadmill, bases loaded in the 6th inning, nobody out, a run already in, and they couldn't push, as you said, at least get one. They couldn't even get a run. And this inning's big, the 8th inning's big, and as we've discussed, when you have a lights out closer as the Dodgers do with Kenley Jansen, it shortens the game somewhat.
Yeah, you look at it, you have 5 outs remaining. 7th inning here, like, come on, Spilly, there's 9 outs. No. With a guy like Kenley Jansen, you look at it, we have 5 outs.
That's why you take the Royals the last couple of years. It's really for them a race to be in front after 6 innings.
Yeah, because then you're facing a relief corps that never gives up any runs. The Yankees are going to be close to that pretty soon.
Chapman arrives. Tonsas and Shelby and Andrew Miller. About to call him Shelby Miller.
Looking at the wind, it's going to take quite a few singles and some sloppy defense.
Well, the Dodgers have cooperated with the sloppy defense in the 6th inning. Nolan's 0 for 2 and a walk, and he's got a 3-0 count. Nolan may throw out one of those rarities. A 2-walk game for him. And there it is. A hard man to strike out, and he's typically a hard man to walk. So with 1 out, tying run will come up with Mark Reynolds. Reynolds takes a strike. Mark a ground ball to 3rd, caught looking, and then walked and scored last inning. Rockies have been so good late in ball games, 7th inning or beyond. Last 4 or 5 minutes of an NBA game, always referred to it as winning time. Well, last 3 innings of a baseball game's winning time. And Reynolds drives a single to Puig in right. Nolan will stop at 2nd. And that'll bring up Parra, who's 3 for 3 this afternoon.
Reynolds has been giving pretty good at bats throughout the day. Slider off the plate, inside out swing, and shoots it into right field. Nolan's not the greatest runners in the world. He's not even going to take an attempt to run on Yasiel Puig in right field. Well, league average, 1st and 2nd, nobody out. League average scores about 1.5 runs per this opportunity. Oh, 1 out. So about a run. Forgot Cargos.
Parra took a breaking ball for a strike. Stay hot, Gerardo. 2 runs batted in for him as well today. Parra's double in the 4th inning is 6th this year. He had 3 doubles opening day. Joe Blanton's throwing now for the Dodgers. Boone Logan for the Rockies. Parra drives it with authority to left, and diving catch made out there by Trace Thompson.
Trace made up for a earlier ball Gerardo hit to him where he ran back. Wind blew the ball in. Trace showing the athlete that he is. Good jump, good first step. Lays out, makes a beautiful catch. That ball gets past him. You're looking at probably a tie game.
So that'll bring up LeMahieu. 0 for 1 officially. He walked and scored in the 4th. He laid down a sack bunt. It's kind of a safety squeeze kind of bunt. Run scored, and then Baez couldn't handle the bunt. So DJ reached. Inside corner for a strike. The Rockies trying to do it again with 2 outs. They scored 3 runs in the 4th with 2 outs. First in baseball with a .309 batting average coming into this afternoon's contest. Rockies with 7 hits, the Dodgers with 6. Hopefully that's a good omen. The Rockies are 8-0 this year when they out-hit their opponent. When they get out-hit, they're 0-8.
Well, the number that worries me today, 8 walks for the Rockies pitching staff, and the Dodgers have walked 5 Rockies. So even though you out-hit a team, if you out-walk the team, pretty sure the record will show that you're not going to win a lot of baseball games.
Dramatic shift toward right for LeMahieu. He's used to seeing that, especially inside the NL West. 1-2 on DJ. .301 last year for his first career 300 season. How hot's Anthony Rizzo? The Cubs won again today. Anthony Rizzo hit 2 more home runs. Cubs behind Jason Hamill, who's 3-0. Beat the Reds 9-0. Rizzo now tied with Story and Bryce Harper for the league leading home runs with 8.
Big time power.
One and 2 again on LeMahieu. 2 on with 2 outs. 2-2.
You can see DJ LeMahieu and how they shift. The only thing I don't like is the spot right here. That's a normal 6-3, but because of where they're placed, that'll easily scold Nolan and probably allow Mark Reynolds to go first and third. I never like seeing that hole wide open.
That stanch in the shadow in the middle of the diamond. Does that affect the hitter?
It will. You see light, dark, light changes how you can pick up the seams on the baseball.
And then in a couple of minutes, the batter's box, first on the right side, will be in a shadow. This is the hitter's perspective, obviously.
So you'll see when the ball is released from the pitcher's hand, you'll see it white, then it'll get dark, and then it'll be back to white because of the sun.
2-2. 3. Strike 3 called. I thought it was going to be called ball 3. Instead, he caught the edge of the corner, according to home plate umpire Trip Gibson. And the Rockies leave 2 more on. They've left 5 on in the last 2 innings, and the Dodgers still clinging to a 7-5 lead. Here's our Kubota pitching performance. Long haul relief for Chris Russin, and once again he was special today. 3 1/3. The only hit he gave up was a triple. The first batter he faced, Seager, and that scored 2, but those runs were charged to Jordan Lyles. He never gave up another hit in 3 1/3. Walked 2, struck out 3. He kept the Rockies in the game. The Dodgers have not had a hit since the 3rd inning. That Seager triple, their last hit. Their only base runners, the 2 walks by Russin and Justin Miller with 2 outs. Last inning walked Jock Peterson. Miller's still out there. The pinch hitter in the 9-hole will be Justin Turner. Ball 1. Nick Hundley today played 7 innings for Albuquerque. He was 1 for 3 in an RBI, also had a walk. Came out of the game from all reports feeling fine. 2-0. Jeff Hoffman started for Albuquerque. 6 innings, 2 runs on 5 hits. He walked 3, struck out 5. So through 4 starts, Hoffman has a 1.99 ERA down in Albuquerque. And the Isotopes won 6-5. That's in there 2-1. Another strike, 2-2.
Well, so far between the reaction of DJ LeMahieu last inning and Justin Turner in the last 2 strike calls, I don't think it's the strike zone that the hitters are having an issue with, even though they are getting called strikes. It's that they're not seeing the baseball as well. That shadow is really starting to creep in.
3-2. I would think, most stadiums around the country, when you get into that late afternoon / early evening, it's generally big advantage for the guy on the bump. Ball 4, and that is 9 walks allowed by the Rockies today.
Live Rockies baseball is back in 2016 with MLB.com and bat on your smartphone or tablet. Stay connected with live stats, news, and more.
Utley coming up, Seager behind him. You're going to see a left-hander as Wall will come out and ask for Boone Logan. 7-5 LA, nobody out in the 8th inning, and Turner standing at first base when we come back. This season, you'll have a chance to interact with some very special guests every Tuesday on Toyota Talk Takeover. Some of the top names in sports will take over the Root Sports Twitter account. This week's guest, former teammate of Spilly's, Josh Fogg. So make sure you tune in and tweet your questions on Tuesday for Josh to @RootSports_RM during Tuesday's game between the Rockies and Pirates. Boone Logan's ready to go. Rockies trailing by 2. Nobody out in the 8th inning. Turner just walked. 9 walks today allowed by the Rockies. That is not good. Utley at the plate. 1 for 4. Corey Seager on deck. See if Boone can get a double play ball.
84 times in Rockies history have they walked 9 or more. Rockies record 10-73.
And you know, when they were in the clubhouse on those 10 wins after, they said, "Woo."
Yeah, that,
ducked one there.
I'm going to guess that the other team walked more.
2 strikes on Logan.
It's good to see that fastball back up to 95, mixing it in with his good slider. Very difficult at bat for Chase Utley, especially in the shadows. You add all those, you're going to get that strikeout.
So Logan on 3 pitches gets Utley 1 out. Now bring up Seager.
It looked like Logan almost quick pitched Chase Utley, and the slider I was referencing is back. Good bite, good downward tilt. Chase had no chance of being able to foul it off or put it in play.
One 1-0 on Seager. Chris Hatcher is going to handle the 8th inning for LA. That's a strike. Rockies in the 8th will have Garneau, the pitcher spot, and then Barnes scheduled. And the strikeout of Seager. You can tell, especially left on left, through the shadows. It did not look like a fun at bat for either Corey Seager or Chase Utley.
Well, you try to keep that front shoulder in and not pull out. Seager not able to see the shadow with the shadows, the spin on the baseball. Swings right through 2 straight sliders.
Ball 1 on Puig. Walk and a single. His first 2 at bats, drove in 2 with the single in the 2nd. He was robbed of a hit by Trevor Story in the 6th on a beautiful play up the middle. Also ground ball to 3rd. 1 for 3. Here's the 1-0, and this ball's in the air to deep left field, but it's playable out there for Gerardo. So nice work coming in by Boone Logan. We've said that frequently here in the month of April for Logan. 7-5 LA. Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By StubHub, looking for great seats, head to StubHub, the official ticket marketplace of the Colorado Rockies. By Scott's Black Magic, darkness for the greater good. And by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets by visiting wellsfargo.com/Rockies. With Ryan Spilborghs and Mark Stout, Drew Goodman at Coors Field. Rockies trailed 7-1. Put a stop sign on the Dodger offense. And they have closed to within 7-5. They've left 5 on, however, in the last 2 innings. And now Garneau will lead it off against hard-throwing Chris Hatcher. It's an interesting story. This ball's well hit to left field and deep and off the wall. A stand-up double for Garneau to lead off the 8th. Guess he didn't have any problem with shadows.
Well, he's been sitting behind the plate the whole time, so he's been seeing every single pitch. But as the shadows the shadow starts creeping, getting the hitters more and more in the darkness, you'll be able to see the baseball a little bit more. And Garneau jumps all over a first pitch fastball. Trace Thompson giving chase, almost overruns it. Runs into the wall instead of playing it off, and maybe it would have had a chance at Garneau at second.
Ryan Rayburn will be the pinch hitter here, Spilly. Ryan in the starting lineup last night. And he fouls this one off. Hatcher's an interesting guy. Not unusual. You've heard of this happening quite a bit. He was drafted out of UNC Wilmington as a catcher, and he was a very good defensive catcher. He was in professional baseball, the Marlins organization, for 5 years, but he was hitting just .211. Finally, they said, you know what, let's see if you take the gear off and move to the hill. So he did not start pitching till 2011, and he's become a very good setup man for the Dodgers now.
So one catcher setting up in the 8th inning, hands it off to another catcher that closes in the 9th.
Kenley Jansen, same story. And that's fouled off.
Rockies 4 out of 11 with runners in scoring position. Dodgers only 2 of 8.
Well, the Rockies clearly have given themselves an opportunity here the last few innings. The Dodgers were complicit to a certain degree in the 6th, but the Rockies missing that one big hit or even a productive out in the 6th inning. They had a run in, bases loaded, nobody out, and did not push across a run. And they left 2 on last inning. 2 on, 1 out last inning. Parra robbed of extra bases on a great catch by Trace Thompson. Earlier in the game, Barnes robbed of extra bases that would have produced a couple runs on a great catch by Yasiel Puig. Can't forget those 2 defensive plays. 1 and 2 on Rayburn. You understand where a middle infielder comes in. The runner on second, they're changing signs. That was Adrian Gonzalez. What was that about, you think?
He's telling Hatcher to get after it. Come after the hitters. It's hard to see. Trust your stuff.
Bounces that one up there, and Garneau dives back in. A little panic. Touches it. Oh man, I can't get picked off.
Can't get picked off in this situation. You're down 2 runs. Garneau reading dirt ball. He's trying to get back, trying to get to third base, but not a situation where you want to ever get thrown out. I don't think Grandal would have had a shot. That would have been awful.
Two. Up the middle, base hit. That'll score Garneau. Stu Cole sends him home. It's a 1-run game. Off the bench, Ryan Rayburn coming through. Christian Adames will run for Rayburn, who's battling a sore quad. Look again.
Rayburn looking fastball after Chris Hatcher just spiked a curveball straight in the dirt. Rayburn battling through those shadows. You can see it's not even easy to see on the replay where the ball is coming from. Chase Utley immediately putting his hands up to let Jock Peterson know. Throw it to second. Don't try to throw anyone out at home. And Rayburn fired up because now the Rockies are only down 1.
So Adames in to pinch run. Rockies have only Tony Walters left on their bench. And there's the bunt by Barnes. Kendrick. Is he on the bag? According to first base umpire Hunter Wendelstedt.
Might as well challenge it.
Utley stayed on the bag.
Why not? Kendrick comes running in. Chase Utley's going to have to cover from second base. It's a long run, and the throw looks like it pulls him off.
Glove.
Oh, man, I think his toe is off. We'll get another look from a different angle. Here he is reaching for it. Ball is in glove. It's really hard to tell. I think he's still on it. It's worth the challenge, though, at this point in the game.
So they will look at it in a one-run game. Regardless, Adames is at second with either nobody out or one out, and Story and Gonzalez approaching the plate. Not at the same time, but
Quick decision for them. You're out.
that didn't last very long. So a sac bunt for Barnes. We talk about the beauty of this game and how cruel it can be, and how you gotta, as Clint Hurley used to say, gotta shower well and move on. Ryan Rayburn yesterday 0 for 4 with the golden sombrero, 4 strikeouts. Today he gets an opportunity and he drives in a run behind in the count to make it a one-run game. Gotta have a short memory.
Or no memory at all.
That's helpful. Story 0 for 4, 2 for his last 19. Chance to tie it up or more. Oh boy. They ran the inside move, and had Utley been near the bag, just a smidgen late timing wise breaking with Hatcher, they'd had a play on Adames.
No reason to get a big secondary. You can take a secondary, but after you make sure that the pitch is going to the home plate. EY after that play looked at Adames, told him to settle down. It's okay. Just relax.
Billy, one thing Adames, he wants to be aggressive enough that on a dirt ball he can move up, because we've watched Hatcher spike a couple of breaking balls already.
Well, it gives the hitter a sense that if you can't control the off-speed pitches, as we saw with Ryan Rayburn in that previous at bat, you just hunt fastball. It's a big fastball, but just look for it.
1-0 on Story. 2-0 on Story.
Chris Hatcher came into the series against the Rockies in 7 2/3 of an inning, only giving up 1 run. This series versus the Rockies in 1 inning pitched, he's given up 3 runs already.
Dave Roberts has gotten Luis Avilan up, and Joe Blant. Avilan, you got to believe, for cargo. 2-0. 3-0.
Nobody wants to win this game.
It's been a strange game. An inordinate amount of walks. The Rockies have walked 9. The Dodgers have walked 5. Hatcher's on the precipice of walking another. And I thought a 3-0 count was almost an automatic fastball. Evidently, I don't think so right here. If you're worried about Story, he's read what he's done so far this year in his rookie season.
Fire away.
And that is the 6th walk by the Dodgers. So 2 on for Cargo, and here comes Dave Roberts. So Hatcher walks off. And when we return from break, it'll be Luis Avilan against Carlos Gonzalez, the Rockies within a run. Warming up to face him. 2 on and 1 out. Rockies with a run in already in the 8th. Here's our CenturyLink link to what's next. The Pirates are in for 4 games, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon. Here the pitching matchup. Jeff Locke, De La Rosa's schedule. Felt better today. He's battling the stomach flu. He's still 50-50 whether he makes the start tomorrow. Garrett Cole with the big arm. He'll go on Tuesday against Chad Bettis. That'll be a really nice matchup. John Gray, Jonathan Neese, the former Met, and our old friend Juan Nicasio on Thursday. Now with the Pirates. He was with the Dodgers last year. He'll go against Tyler Chatwood Thursday afternoon before the Rockies head off to Arizona to begin a 10-game road trip. First things first, the Rockies trying to erase a 6-run deficit and steal one from the Dodgers on a Sunday at Coors Field. Avilan, his numbers this year, 4 times he has encountered Cargo, and he's gotten him out all 4 times.
Well, this is the matchup Dave Roberts wants right here. You want Avilan versus Cargo, and Cargo this season hitting only .211 against left-handed pitching.
1 for 4 today. From the sunlight to the shadows.
I think with the shadows and with the shift and with the left on left, the way Cargo's been hitting lefties, I think the left side of the field opens up nicely for Cargo to punch it over there.
This ball pulled to the hole, base hit. Adames around third. He's got a green light. He'll score. Gets past Puig. Story's going to be able to score. Cargo on his way to third. The Rockies have taken the lead.
Oh my goodness.
How do you like that?
What is going on?
The Dodgers have been an enigma on defense today. They've made some sensational plays, and they've made some flat, awful plays. That was awful, and the Rockies have the lead. Puig, who's been involved on a positive side a couple of times in this series, in his haste to get to the baseball, let it go under his glove. And Story, who's the fastest Rocky, would score standing up. Colorado 8, the Dodgers 7. They'll walk Arenado to make it first and third. An RBI single for Cargo. Again, the Rockies, if you're late to the party, we're down 7-1 in the third.
I mean, this game has had it all. If you're looking at a sloppy game that's fun to watch, it's been today. Yasiel Puig, hero about 2 innings ago, running straight into that right field wall and flat out missed it.
Spilly, we've seen the good and the bad from several defensive players for the Dodgers.
Adrian Gonzalez with the misplay.
I mean, Adrian Gonzalez is a brilliant defender. He had a misplay that would ultimately provide a run for the Rockies. Trace Thompson saved 2 runs with a diving catch, but he's had a couple of strange routes in left field today. And we know of Puig's catch earlier in the great throw 2 nights ago.
Well, it's called a snake, and you can see the kind of plaid grass cuttings that's on the field. The ball will move, especially when the ball is traveling slow. And it moves just enough that it goes underneath Yasiel Puig's glove. I've had it happen to me several times before. It's not a worse feeling than trying to throw somebody out at the plate and then start sprinting backwards to go pick it up.
Real quick, I got one for you. You want to talk about element of surprise. You got a left-hander on the mound. You have decent speed at third in Cargo. You have Mark Reynolds squeeze. Everybody, I mean, Mark Reynolds, big power guy. It's probably the last thing Avalon's thinking of. Ball 1. That's the first 3-walk game of Nolan Arenado's career. He stands at first base. Rockies trying to extend the lead.
Well, you were talking about how rare it was for Nolan to have a 2-walk game. It was his 8th 2-walk game of his career. He had 7 multi-homer games. And now you just add the wrinkle of a first 3-walk game. His on-base percentage is jumping up.
2-0 on Reynolds. Mark now looks at ball 3.
Oh, yeah.
You have Para on deck. Dodgers, they're trying to give the game to the Rockies for a couple innings. The Rockies finally taking it. Ball 4. Now they're loaded up for Para.
It's unbelievable.
That is, I got to keep track now. That's 6, 7, that's 8 walks for the Dodgers. The Rockies have walked 9 in the game. They're not going to, put this in one of those time capsules, throw it into the future for some unsuspecting baseball fan at 2,512 to go look at.
Usually it's just one team supposed to wash it off. You don't expect both teams to wash it off. Yeah, you're not sending this thing into outer space.
No. But if you're shaking hands at the end of the day, you will take it. 8-7 Colorado, bases loaded, 1 out. Here's Para. And that's a line drive, base hit center field. Here's Arenado around third. Throw to the plate by Peterson. Not going to get him. Rockies lead at 10-7. What a ball game for Gerardo Para. 4 for 5. The only time they got him out was that diving catch by Trace Thompson.
Para left on left, not afraid to swing at first pitch. Avilan just walked Nolan, just walked Reynolds. And Para looking for a pitch up. Quickly gives the Rockies an extended lead. Ball's off the plate. Just puts it in a great spot.
Not only a 4-hit game for Para, a 4 RBI ball game for Gerardo. Rockies not done in the 8th. They've already put up a 5 spot. Sit back and enjoy it. We're back in 90 seconds. 9 unanswered runs. And the Rockies still hitting 2 on 1 out in the 8th inning. Gerardo Parra, 4-hit, 4 RBI ball game. We get tacos thanks to Gerardo and his friends. The Rockies have reached the magic number of 7. Don't forget to go to your participating Taco Bell locations tomorrow. Do it between 4 and 6 to receive your Rockies taco special in Moss at Taco Bell. Rockies with 10 runs on 11 hits. They've kicked it 1 time. 7 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 2 errors. And the big 5 spot here in the 8th after the Rockies left 5 on their previous 2 innings. 9th man to hit in the inning is DJ LeMahieu. 0 for 3 and a walk, run scored, RBI today, and a stolen base for DJ. This is bounced to Blanton, and they'll turn the double play. 5 runs in the inning for the Rockies, and now they're 3 outs away from an epic comeback against the Los Angeles Dodgers in front of almost 36,000. Gargo with the big hit, and then the misplay in the outfield. And Parra has been shooting line drives everywhere today. 10-7 Colorado, gotta love it.
Rockies have a 10-7 lead over the Dodgers. You hear the exclamation point in my voice. That's because it was the Dodgers with the early 7-1 lead. The Rockies 9 unanswered runs. And that is how we get to this point. Should be a fun Toyota postgame coming up. The Rockies, they need to hold the Dodgers here and hopefully a series win to talk about. We'll see you right after the game. Drew and Spilly, we'll send it back to you.
It's been interesting. It's been a blast. And now the Rockies are looking for 3 outs from their closer, Jake McGee. Jake is 4 of 4 in save opportunities. You'll see Adrian Gonzalez, the switch hitter Yasmani Grandal, and the struggling veteran Howie Kendrick.
Tell you what, this game is not where it's at if it isn't for Chris Russin and Justin Miller, Boone Logan being able to hang on to the zeros. The Dodgers haven't scored since the 3rd inning.
Boone stands to get the victory. Jake McGee can get 3 outs. Gonzalez today 0 for 2 and 2 walks. Brought a 9-game road hitting streak into the ball game and one of the best road averages in the game at .438. He goes to lay down a bunt with the left side open, and it goes foul.
It's a savvy vet move right there by Adrian Gonzalez. Jake McGee not a comfortable at bat for a lefty with the left side of the field wide open. Dodgers need base runners. Find a way on.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't have done that if it's a 1-run game.
No.
McGee, who's got the big fastball, but worked on his breaking ball, his curveball in spring training quite a bit, and he's thrown more of them this year, at least by percentage, than he's done in the past. Ground ball, that's going to get through. Now it's a 10-game road hitting streak for Adrian Gonzalez. Leadoff single. And Grandal will come up, and for Yasmani, this will be his first at bat from the right side this year.
Well, based on today's game, you know this ninth inning's not going to be easy.
No, it's one of those days where nothing's been easy for either team.
So we'll just hang on. Watch what happens.
That misses on Grandal. Most switch hitters struggle to stay sharp from the right side. Everyday switch hitters, because there are fewer lefters, obviously. Grandal was hurt early on. This ball's in the air to Cargo in right. If he has a play, look out into the stands. Did he catch it?
Yeah.
Now is he okay? We don't even see him yet. He's out, and Cargo, we think, is okay. Keith Duggar's down there, Mark Reynolds, Walt Weiss. He's pointing to somebody.
I think he hurt a kid. I think he ran into a little kid. And
what a play. I mean, you talk about, I'm getting the baseball regardless. That was Nolan-esque from last year. And Cargo, this is home field. Cargo knows that wall's coming, and he knows he's going to get low bridged by it.
Fantastic effort, fantastic play. You're just hoping nobody else got hurt. You hope Cargo's okay. You hope whoever he ran into's okay. Unbelievable play, Cargo.
Atta baby.
Well, Cargo giving all the effort you could ever ask for from a superstar. Tries to turn his body into the crowd, makes the catch. Tumbles into the crowd.
Boy, that is one heck of a play.
And there are the little kids right there. He tumbled.
Ooh, that's
over
why
the little
Cargo.
girl.
That's why Cargo was down. I think he's concerned. I think he, with his foot, his spikes, caught the little girl. What's going on?
He didn't catch the baseball.
Now they're saying he didn't catch it. Oh, he didn't catch it. And they're saying no fan interference because it took place inside the stands. Still an unbelievable effort.
Wow.
So after about 4 or 5 minutes, we resume a 1-1 count on Grandal. And McGee hits the zone. 94. It's 1-2. One, two. Well, Cargo is lying there checking on the little girl, and also somebody putting the baseball back in his glove. McGee honing in on Dustin Garneau. Rockies up by 3 in the 9th. Breaking ball. Curveball's fouled off by Grandal.
For a pitch that Jake McGee doesn't throw too often, that curveball is proving to me that it's a very, very good secondary pitch. Takes a lot off of it. 75 miles an hour. It's a pretty big differential between his curveball and his fastball. Also changes the eye level of the batter.
It remains a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out. Lead single by Adrian Gonzalez. The first hit for the Dodgers since the 3rd inning. Early on, it looked like it was going to be an ugly Sunday afternoon at the Yard for the Rockies, down 7-1. Jordan Lyles was gone after 2 2/3. Gave up 5 hits, walked 5, ground ball to 3rd. Getting out. Good feed. Nolan just made sure, and so did DJ. They got an out, 1 gone. Grandal trades places with Gonzalez, and Howie Kendrick will come up.
Nolan takes the backhand, sets his feet, and makes a strong throw to DJ. DJ's considering making the turn. But doesn't take a chance to throw a ball away, knowing with Grandal running down the first baseline that he didn't have a shot. Wisely decides to hang on to it.
Kendrick's 0 for 4, and Howie takes inside. The Rockies were down 7-1. They're up 10-7. They came from behind twice on Friday, but they didn't have quite the same deficit. Early 3-0 deficit and a 1-run deficit later on. Rockies with 10 runs, Billy. They've also left 9 on base. Kendrick with a base hit. First and third, and now that's going to bring the tying run up in Kike Hernandez, who's going to pinch hit for Jock Peterson.
Well, Supermo, that fastball sees too much of the plate. Middle part of the zone. Cargo sprinting to his left. Has to leave his feet just to block it. Make sure Howie Kendrick doesn't get to second base. See Cargo doing everything he can with his body to prevent that ball from getting past him. Keeps that double play in order.
It would not shock me with the left-hander going for Pittsburgh tomorrow for Cargo to get his first day off, especially in light of the events here in the 9th inning. Rockies in the midst of playing 20 in a row. Kike Hernandez, dangerous hitter. High ball 1. Trace Thompson is behind Hernandez. 2 on, 1 out. Here's the 1-0.
That's right.
Hernandez started last night, was 0 for 3 and a walk. He's got a couple home runs, 8 driven in this year. Hitting .325. Grandal's at third, and Howie Kendrick at first. One. It's 2-1. McGee falls behind 3-1. That's a strike, 3-2. Right at the top of the strike zone.
What do you think? Is Howie Kendrick going to be moving on this 3-2?
He's not, and it's ball 4. Wow. You said it. The way this game's gone, nothing was going to be easy. Rockies with a 3-run lead, and McGee now has loaded the bases with 1 out. Guy who rarely walks people, walks the pinch hitter Hernandez, and Trace Thompson is at the plate. Big brother went for 23 this afternoon as Golden State blew out Houston.
Dodgers and Rockies fans now going back and forth.
And now Garneau's got to go out. This is uncharacteristic of McGee. This is a guy that was acquired for 2 reasons. He's got nasty stuff, a great track record in Tampa as part of the offseason deal the Rockies made with Tampa for Corey Dickerson. But he's a supreme strike thrower. I mean, the strikeout to walk ratio is enormous.
Last fastball was at 92. It's not where he's typically sitting at. He's at 95, 96.
Ground ball to short, could be 2. Bobbled by Story, they get 1 out. And DJ got spiked badly by Hernandez. Boy, that was tailor-made. And now Walt's going to go out and see, because remember the rule. If you slide past the bag, if the legs are above the knees, the umpires, and it's reviewable, can look at it and say, nope, it's a double play. Walt's talking to Paul Emmel. He's looking where the tire tracks are. This was tailor-made. If not for a Story bobble, they're going to turn it over.
It's just been one of those games. Nobody's made the clean play. Kike sliding, as long as you hang on to the bag, it's a legal slide, sliding straight through it.
Yeah, that looks to be a legal slide. It's just Trevor ended up unfortunately putting his partner in a difficult spot because he's got to wait and he's got to stay on the bag. Neighborhood play's gone.
Well, not only that, Drew, you have to stay on the bag longer. In years past, an infielder would be allowed to move off the bag to protect themselves, and the umpire would give them the benefit to allow themselves to get away from a play like that. Now with the new rule, it's rule 6.01J in the MLB rule book. The infielders are forced to stay on the bag, make sure they secure the baseball.
So a run in, it's 10-8. Look again.
Trevor Story having trouble just securing the baseball. That's a double clutch.
Wow,
he almost lost it.
You gotta love the Subaru Supermo. If not for that, you can't. I mean, that almost came out of his glove twice, bounced into his hand, back to the glove, and then he's able to secure it to get the out. First and third, 2 outs. A.J. Ellis pinch hitting in the pitcher spot. A.J. hit a home run last night. This has become a game of survival. And that's a base hit to center. It's a 1-run game. And going first to third is Thompson. It'll bring Utley to the plate. The only good news about that is Utley's left-handed. So you go advantage McGee, but Utley has had a big series.
22nd pitch of the inning for Jake McGee. Fastball, center cut. He's not been too fine with his fastball today. The velocity's a little bit down, and AJ's able to get it up in the zone and fight it off into center field. Trace Thompson easily goes first to third. We've got a one-run ball game.
Charlie Culberson will pinch run for A.J. Ellis at first base.
When Trace Thompson can get off the bag, Nolan's going to be playing off because of Chase Utley with the left-handed pitcher. We saw a stolen base of home a couple days ago with Jacoby Ellsbury. He almost threw the ball away right there. Oh, man.
Somebody bring some sanity back to this thing.
We just need one more out.
One out. It's been elusive. It's turned into a nail biter. Rockies led by 3 entering the inning. Here's the 0-1 to Utley, and then time's called and given late. Granted late by home plate umpire Trip Gibson. Utley in the 8th faced Logan left on left and struck out on 3 pitches. 0-1. Oh, this goes to the backstop. It's going to tie the game. You got to be kidding me. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
This is just the way the baseball game's been playing from the very beginning. It has been one of those games.
That's nowhere close.
Not even close. Ball gets past him. Trace Thompson, very aggressive, very quick, looking for something like that. No play at home plate, and you have Charlie Culberson standing on second now. Chance to put the Dodgers ahead.
The hardest pitch to block for a catcher is a fastball. You're not expecting it in the dirt. You call breaking ball, you have an expectation that the ball could, sometimes by design, be in the dirt. That was an impossible one to block. 2-2. Now you got to peek ahead the bottom of the 9th. The Rockies will have Garneau leading off. All that work. And it's now 10-10. 2-2. Two guys up for the Dodgers. Zach Lee, if it remains tied, will come in. Kenley Jansen, if Utley puts them in front. Corey Seager on deck. 2-2. Garneau sets up outside. And that ball is rifled to right. Dodgers are going to take the lead. Utley's going to head to second with the double. 4-run 9th for the Dodgers. And now Zach Lee can take a seat. Well, Jake McGee suffering through his first bad day at the office in a Rockies uniform.
The 28th pitch now for Jake McGee that make that 29th fastball up and in. Utley fouled a tough pitch away, gets one he can handle and drills it to right field. Chase Utley's trademark short swing, quick finish. That gets right past Cargo, stand-up double. Utley's fired up. Wow, what a game.
Quite frankly, what a bad game.
Yeah.
Both ways around. The Rockies, great comeback on offense, but 9 walks. Check it, 10 walks. I forgot about the walk to Kike Hernandez. Here's Seager.
So many plays this inning. The mishandle of Trace Thompson, 6'4" fielder's choice. That's a tailor-made double play.
That gets you off the field and shaking hands.
Wild pitch. I mean,
the near catch in the stands by Cargo.
This inning isn't even over yet.
But at the end of the day, when you're up 3, plus the benefit of the late afternoon shadows, not an easy time to hit. You got to put that one away. Rockies were down 7-1, come all the way back, not just to take the lead, but to take a significant lead. And McGee just laboring, struggling with the curveball. Fastball command's not there. But a helpless feeling for a manager.
The last fastball was the best one of the day for him at 94.
This ball's well hit left center field. This is going to score another run. Short hops the wall. Utley scores. Seager to second. 12-10 Dodgers. They've now put a 5 spot themselves on the board. Just an awful, awful inning.
Walt's going to have to make a double switch. Fastball again, middle. Seager taking a short swing. Great follow through and drives it to the deepest part of the yard at Coors Field. Opposite field. It's a 2-out nightmare.
Well, it started with the base hit by Gonzalez. Grandal hit into a force play. It was 1 out, 1 on, no big deal. Kendrick, who's been struggling, gets a hit. Then he walked Hernandez. He had a double play, ball not turned. And then Ellis a pinch single. Utley a 2-2 single or double after a wild pitch. 12-10 Dodgers. Lead, and the Rockies still not off the diamond here in the top of the 9th. Yasiel Puig will be the 9th man to hit. Chad Qualls has now been summoned. You look up disastrous innings in the dictionary, and you're going to find what the Rockies have laid out here in the ninth. Big swing and a foul tip. Tony Walters is in for LeMahieu at second base. He'll hit second next inning. 0-1 on Puig. Puig hits it in the air to center. Barnes is there. Now the Rockies will have to rally against Kenley Jansen. They had a 10-7 lead, coughed it up. It's now 12-10 LA as we go to the bottom of the ninth at Coors Field. The ninth inning, Dustin Garneau will be first. Kenley Jansen naturally is out there all of a sudden for the Dodgers. About 20 minutes ago, he thought the last thing he was going to be doing was pitching in this game. League hitting a whopping 103 against him. He had the save last night. So Garneau, then Walters and Brandon Barnes. After that, Story and Gonzalez, if the Rockies can get some base runners. Five spot for the Rockies gave him a 10-7 lead, and then 5 2/3 of an inning off Jake McGee.
Well, normally when I see Kenley Jansen come out on the field, I think there's no chance. But based on what we've seen today, if he's going to blow a save, might as well blow it here at Coors Field.
This ball game closing in on 4 hours. Garneau has had a good ball game. 2 for 3, single, double, RBI, and a walk. Thompson's now in center field. Kike Hernandez is in left. That's 2-0. I would agree with you. If there ever going to be a time, as bizarre as this thing has been and as poorly pitched as it's been in some areas, 5 walks by Jordan Lyles in a little more than 2 innings to begin. The Rockies have walked 10 as a team, but the Dodgers have walked 9. Dodgers have played poor defense. 3-0.
Bizarro baseball at Coors Field today. I felt like I've seen it all at this field.
Four-pitch walk to lead off the inning. And Dave Roberts has to be looking at Rick Honeycutt and saying, what is going on? Are you kidding me? Did I just witness that?
That's exactly what he thought.
You said it, Spilly. As crazy as this game's been, we'll throw up a 3 spot.
Yeah.
Laugh about it.
Yeah.
Rockies have emptied their bench with Tony Walters in the game. I'll tell you another thing, it makes that second double by Seager so big.
Anytime you add extra runs, just 1 run.
Because the Rockies right now would be bunting, playing to tie the game again. Walters had to take a strike. And that's sliced just foul. Part of the irony of the tough outing for McGee is the bullpen had pitched well for the Rockies, really well in this game, and had been pitching well over the last week. And a strikeout of Walters, 1 out. That'll bring up Barnes. Jansen with the save last night, his 150th career save, 8 on the season. He's allowed only 4 base runners, including Garneau. High on Brandon Barnes, 1-0.
You look at the advanced metrics and the stuff that they have on StatCast with Kenley Jansen's cutter, spin rate off the charts, perceived velocity, that means his extension he gets out, how fast it looks. He throws it 92, it looks like it's 95. Movement he gets from it.
He's been successful 20 consecutive times. One and one. Barnes hits it in the air to fairly deep right center field. A lot of wind, and it's caught 1 step shy of the wall by Thompson. Two outs.
Sounded good off the bat. Jansen, after that pitch, looked into the dugout and yelled. Didn't like the location, didn't like that it got hit that hard. He felt like he got away with one. Oh no, looking at how the wind's blowing. The wind may have helped Jansen right there.
Trevor Story, 0 for 4 and a walk. One strike on Story.
Dodgers outfield playing no doubles. That's an outfielder out here. That's an outfielder here. It's an outfielder way out here. Jansen doesn't get a lot of hard contact, so you hope a base hit brings Carlos Gonzalez up to the plate.
One and two. Moving up on the pitch was Garnell. No stolen base. Ball and 2 strikes on Story. Ball game over. The Dodgers have defeated the Rockies 12-10. A tragic, tragic loss for the Rockies. They waste a 5-run 8th and a 10-7 ninth inning lead in a game that they trailed 7-1. There are losses, and then there are ones that really bite. And this one will sting for a while. Joe Blanton gets the victory. He's 2-1. McGee takes the loss, blown save, and Jansen has now saved 9 this year and 21 straight going back to last year. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Chase Utley on a 2-2 pitch lines a double to give the Dodgers the lead. After a wild pitch, had tied it up. 12-10 the final. The Dodgers take 2 of 3 from the Rockies. The Rockies fall to 500, 9-9. The first place Dodgers will head back to LA with a 12-7 mark. The postgame show is up next.